with Quebec, ready for push and start.
Good afternoon, everybody. Welcome back. We're at Manchester, the iniBuilds Manchester event, and once again it's pretty busy. Saturday, 6th of December 2025, and we are in the PMDG 737-800 for Microsoft Flight Simulator 2024. I'm off to Madeira, the Italic Madeira scenery, which is really nice. We'll be enjoying that upon arrival, although it's just dawned on me, I can't remember if I've actually uninstalled the Asobo Madeira, but it's a bit late, it's been a hectic morning, we'll find out when we get there. I wanted to have a little nod towards that chap over there going to Hong Kong, I think, Cathay Cargo 74-8, which is pretty cool. There's Badger, we've got a few folks flying along today, I think up over in the corner over there, we've got a load of Osprey, happy days. Good to see the Osprey crew turning out, helps keeps us as an active VA on VATSIM for our audits, of course. Welcome MPS. Good to see you, Badger. Thanks for the meta in the chat, matey. Chris, welcome. Ian, Jay, welcome. Here we are. Let's fire up GSX to operate the jetway. Package holidays you can trust. We're flying a real service today. It's being operated today in real life, actually, in about 2 hours on an A321neo with Jet 2. Although yesterday's flight arrived back in this, the 737-800. So here she is. And we're kind of semi-configured, ready to go already. So hopefully the music's not too loud. You will have to tell me if it is, because we can sort it out. Hopefully you've all had a good week. Regardless, Canadian flight sim, good morning. Justin, good evening to you, matey. Tim, Wally Pilot Sim, Michael, welcome guys. So join us in the live chat, share your thoughts as always in the chat as well to let me know what you think of this preview version. This is the latest build as of about 3 or so hours ago from the PMDG team, with a couple of new sound tweaks and fixes and enhancements and all that sort of stuff. The external model is also being covered and updated. This is some of the tweaks, although more of them are being signed off. It does look quite different actually already, doesn't it? Like a it might be the livery as well, to be honest. Like a sort of semi-bare metal-esque type look to it, which is quite cool. So we'll dive into the flight deck, we'll have a little look to see what to expect today. Full VATSIM coverage here at Manchester. So one of the tweaks was this. The pilot's airbend. It's now been adjusted and fixed apparently. I'm not sure if it's going to provide stuff by means of sounds and things, but we shall have a little look. Lovely, do one of those. We'll get our cup in. We want PMDG's coffee. There we go. PMDG like fizz. And we've got the flight bag. We could put active noise cancelling on by clicking there. But we want the noise. And somebody asked the other day on a video, does the window open? Yes, it does. There we go. To close it, the little pin. See that little tweaks, that little bit of mesh there kind of moves as well. Right, where are we? My wing hardware actually works today as well, which is pretty cool. So we'll deal with this first. No worries, buddy. Nighthawk, good morning to you, mate. Slink, hello. Is the PMDG 737-800 out next week? I'm not sure when it's releasing, if I'm being really honest. Hopefully in the next couple of weeks, yes. So, what have we got here? Runway is 23 right. So we go 23 right, we're going to be on the Cookson Romeo departure, I think, yes. Happy days, so we'll go and pop that in, and I shall get up the chart so you can see what we're doing today. So 23 right, which is the northern runway, taking off at 3 DME and then 272 degrees to intercept that outbound radial from the Manchester VOR 11355 of 253 degrees. That's the outbound radial there.
Echo Lima Papa Hold Papa.
And then flying out on that radial for a couple of miles, 12 DME, then turning to intercept the outbound Pole Hill 215 degrees. Through to Cookson, level at 5,000 for the altitude restrictions today. We've got a 3 knot crosswind, predominantly a nice little headwind force as well, and then our routing is going to take us up kind of the west of England and the Welsh border, crossing near to Bristol Airport, Cardiff, before routing down past Exeter, over the Channel, and then the little kind of skirt, the tip of France, the Bay of Biscay, I think that is, isn't it, from memory, tipping the northwestern flank of Spain, before routing out over Portuguese airspace to the island of Madeira, where we're expecting runway 05 for that fantastic initial approach on our sort of sweeping approach onto 05 there that we all love from those fabulous YouTube videos. So, let's get stuck in then. If you are new to the channel, as always, hit like, hit subscribe, please do, and where are we at? So, routes, that's all done. Let's get our clearance first, shall we? So, 115855,
I'll do it when it is, 0150.
0150, thanks. In that case, start up through, then full taxi.
Set up all. All copper taxis, 0150, thank you.
Different equipment, by the way, folks, depending on what livery you choose.
Sorry, just SS3 Romeo Lima.
And you can also choose different clocks, which we'll have a look at in a second. So what do we got? We want runway heading 231, whilst we wait for a gap. Skippy, welcome mate. I've not tried the Zebo Pascu, to be fair. I've never been on X-Plane. 231. You know what, I almost forgot to start my new Sky tracking. That was disastrous. Oh, can't track it on new Sky because it's not registered as an airframe still. Bugger. Let's delete that then so I don't incur a penalty. It's a shame. So 5,231, going to have these speeds shortly. Sort that out. Got information on Romeo.
Correct, with 912
9 at 8.9 hectopascals, that's so low. That's set there, that across.
Sunset 5 Tango Alpha, you can follow the Empire Boeing 777 ahead, Echo Lima, Papa, Kilo, Juliet, Collins, Juliet 1 to runway 23, right?
Turn the conga line, Sunset 5 Tango Alpha.
Ryanair 80, Quebec Whiskey, Scarborough, good afternoon now. You press the Bravo Kilo, hold Kilo 4.
Is he busy?
Ryanair 112, Matt.
Some sounds?
Go ahead.
Listen to the APU.
Ryanair 112, I believe it's you calling for clearance, stand 44, right?
Affirmative. Ryanair 112.
Ryanair 112, much appreciate the patience. Clearance is Edinburgh, the Pole Hill 5, Ryanair departure, walk 7735.
Clear to Edinburgh via the Polar.
Fantastic new scenery here at Manchester from iniBuilds.
Departure, Squawk 7735, Ryanair 112.
Ryanair 112, that's correct. Break with a 9012.
Wow, he's busy.
Tower 118630, good afternoon.
Great sounds. There's the packs.
Good afternoon, 9012.
Manchester ground, good afternoon. Chanex 15 Lima Kilo on 303, I think. 307, sorry, with Romeo 737-800. Request clearance to Madeira.
Runway 23, please.
Okay, I had 2-1. First session I picked up was Chanex 15 Lima Kilo, and that's ground hello. Clearance is to Palmer. Took 10-1 Romeo departure, walk 7504.
Cleared Madeira, Cookson 1 Romeo departure, squawk 7504, Chanex 15 Lima Kilo.
Chanex 15 Lima Kilo, correct. Southern station calling for clearance, Coulson only.
Easy 2213.
Lots of new sounds.
2213, man grounded.
So that's all good, that's all good.
Madeira, 6 1 right near departure. 1255.
Oh, 7504.
Good as far, 51
That's
Romeo, departure
good.
runway 235.
Next, Tower 1863.
Easy, 2213, that is correct. Break. Lufthansa 2503, cross at the tower, 118.630, good afternoon.
Okay, performance. So, this is what we've got. Just refresh that. Sun's at 30. Laps 5.
Ryanair 80 expect ski, continue taxi kilo, left Juliet, Foxtrot, stand 41.
M1 limit, there we go. Let's take off 2. High profile 2. Rerun speeds 149. 159 plus 10.
Sunset 5 Tango Alpha, are you saying that you're unable Lima?
8 I'm changed in the chart.
I can't work out if that comment was passive aggressive. Peter, good afternoon, Dinosaur, good afternoon, mates. So some of the tweaks, right, yeah, this button for example here, much nicer, and they've redone elements, that's their yoke. So you get right next to the fan, look. Really loud.
Right now, 112.
What have we got? Let's go. Pals.
Right now, 112.
Sorry, I'm half in the seat here. I appreciate that. Right, overheads, nav, your dampers on, that's all good. Turn all of the pumps on.
Passes. Pushing start approved, face south, right now, 112.
Sorry, smashed the mic.
Ryanair.
Okay, we are good to go, folks. I think.
Ready to taxi with 5. Flight directors, that's all good, that's all set, that's all good.
Pushing start approved, face south of Blackfire.
Prepare for pushback and departure.
And Manchester ground, easy 2213 is requesting push to start.
Easy 2213, stand straight, you push
They're so quick.
Push approved, stand to 8.
Rain's starting to come in.
Hello, Captain. We are ready for
Sunset 5 Tango Alpha, second left kilo, hold kilo 6.
You know what, actually, I think it can autopilot simulation. Oh, in A330 you can. So 777-200 probably can. Good, that's all set. Anti-collision lights. And then we're going to go here. Round ops, chocks.
Got 3 Juliet, ground close again. I believe you packed back down.
Yes, could I touch that down, please? Thank you.
Lovely job.
Juliet, not a problem. Continue straight ahead on Bravo, left Delta, hold Delta.
Packs off.
Locking gear.
So hopefully now you can
Continue
hear
straight onto Bravo, then left at Delta and hold at Delta 2.
fuel pumps. Manchester ground, Channel 15 Lima Kilo, request pushed up.
Channel 15 Lima Kilo, stand 307, start approved, face south.
Pushed up, approved, face south, Channel 15 Lima Kilo.
Release parking brakes, please.
Park brakes off.
Commencing push. All engines clear. Start at will.
Here we go, there's a bit of wing flex. So, you know, vastly improved as well, look. Okay, let's get the bird fired up, shall we? That's all good, that's all good. They're off, that's open. If you bleed ahead. That's all set. Engine 2,
Juliet,
ground.
Juliet 1, Sunset 5 Tango Alpha.
And Sunset 5 Tango Alpha, when you're ready, contact the tower 18630, much appreciate the patience today. Good afternoon.
Roger, over to the tower, 118630, not a problem, everybody wants to get out during the festive season.
Manchester Ground Shuttle 3 Juliet is holding at Delta 2.
Shuttle 3 Juliet, thanks. Just confirm for me, are you on the new iniBuilds or are you on the
How I tell the difference?
do you have...
Did you buy it?
Okay, continue forward, we'll make it easy. Straight ahead, Delta,
Engine
Echo,
1.
November Alpha, stand 110.
Continue straight, Delta, Echo, November Alpha, and stand 110.
Little push pull.
Manchester Ground 0150, stand 9001, ready for taxi.
Okay, grab Bravo 38 Mike, 59 miles per year,
First, Zulu 150, taxi for now, Zulu, hold Zulu 1.
Zulu 40, Zulu 1, Zulu 150.
Wrong button. Here we are.
And Osprey 2472, is that you called it clearance, sir?
There's the first screenshot of the day right there.
Osprey
So, I mean, I think they do need to work on the blur of the back of the engines a little bit. Quite blurry, isn't it? But when you come to this view, actually, it looks alright. Maybe a bit too heavy.
Osprey 3572, thanks, that's all correct.
Right now,
But small things. And actually, it doesn't bother me too much. Sounds are much more improved. We just move through the cabin a second.
Taxi to Juliet 1, runway 23 right, VA Juliet. Right now, 112.
bypass pin removed.
Let's do some flaps.
Left is clear, right is clear.
Good morning, sorry, good afternoon. Paper 27 Charlie, type 835 Canyon, stock 0 information 0 on 42989. Requesting clearance to Geneva as well.
Charlie heading on ground, good afternoon, clearance to Geneva, the Samba 1 Romeo departure, 6474.
Number 1 Romeo departure 6474 on the squawk speed bird, keep up journey.
Charlie.
Just doing some control surface checks as well. Good trip back with ground pin. They're our custom views for today, so break off.
5, ground, good afternoon, cleared Heathrow, the Stoke Speed Romeo departure, walk 7236.
1, 2. Repeats. Jump on.
Approach 5, that's correct, and start up at 3, full taxi.
Actually, next one. 5 Lima Kilo request taxi.
Select 1, 5 Lima Kilo, for now, November Delta, hold November Delta.
November Delta, hold November Delta 1. Channel 1, 5 Lima Kilo. Oh, nav. Nav. Thrust.
First, right now 112, there's going to be nothing further, so you can monitor unit from 122 decimal 8, good afternoon.
Monitor 122 decimal 8, see you later.
It's got the old layout still.
And the other station is still in.
You said November Delta 1.
Okay, station calling to taxi, stepping on you, only station.
Osprey 598.
Osprey 598, thanks.
What's
taxi
there?
running from Juliet 1 to runway 23 right via Lima.
So that's all good.
Kilo, Juliet.
Flaps 5 agreed.
Taxi to runway 23 right, holding point Lima 1 via Lima Papa.
Make sure we've set our
Zulu
Trim
150,
564.
continue Echo, Lima, Papa, Kilo, Juliet 1, runway 23 right.
What does that mean?
Osprey 598, what's it mean?
Osprey 598 negative, it's Zulu 150.
Second for 0150.
0150, taxi, we'll get told which Foxtrot one. So taxi Huntington Foxtrot
Right, where's that trip wheel real quick?
right, via Echo, Lima.
That looks like
Papa,
564, doesn't
Kilo.
it? Call it 5. One more little blip.
Taxi to Huntington Foxtrot 11923 right via Echo, Lima, Papa, Kilo, and Foxtrot 0150.
Traffic 15 Lima Kilo, taxi left Echo, Lima, Papa, Kilo, Juliet, or Juliet 1.
Continue taxi Echo Lima Papa Kilo Juliet, hold Juliet 123 right, Chanex 15 Lima Kilo. Echo Lima Papa, right, okay, that's a bit complex, but all good. Bit right, Dave. Bit right, cheers. Give a recall check. Engines are stable, let's move that to there.
Taxi November, Delta, hold November, Delta 1, 8613.
Echo Lima Papa. Right, that's 73. When do you think the PMDG 737-800 will be out for us, the new one, this one? I don't know, to be honest, matey. In the next couple of weeks, I hope.
The first calling for Edinburgh, I don't currently have a flight plan for you. Double check the file.
Canadian Flight Services the last time. It took the 777 to Madeira. Some of the fellas are surprised to see it on Balanta and were following them on the way. I'm not surprised. There's definitely, I think, TAP upgrade, an A330-900 or something into it, so probably fine. The auto brakes, I think, are definitely somewhat improved in this. We'll have a look in Madeira, because actually we're going to have a higher than normal auto brake setting. Although I might stick it to normal. I might stick it to just normal braking in my own settings, manual brakes.
305 negative, still nothing in the system. Operate 598, there's nothing further. Please obviously the top 122 decibel.
No way.
Osprey 598, your fuel call 122.
We had full ATC as well.
Service at nice day, bye.
That's disappointing. Superb scenery this though, I really like it.
E6213, City Taxi Honolulu Juliet 1 runway 63 right, via Echo, Lima, Papa.
So this build that I've got today has got some tweaks to the, let me just read it out because it makes sense, but basically some sound curves. Various improvements to the tablet performance selection and data presentation, which we've used today. Much easier to get through. Door arming behaviour is a work in progress, but obviously it's a crew-led task, so they're automating that. I'm all for that, that's more realistic. Geometry improvements around the wipers and the windshields, so some slight improvements to all of that as well. You can see there that the windshield is, the actual wipers themselves look a lot smoother via edging. Colour corrections, interior and exterior, texture improvements around various features of the interior and exterior will explore in cruise. Cosmetic tweaks in the cockpit, added a new ground AC cart resource, first of a new ground service equipment asset, it says it, which is important for console and cloud users. Although we didn't look at that today because we're using the GSX. And then up to Just make sure I get lost. Adapted window plugs, starboard side and forward. Try and find those. Sound items changed from the previous build. Fix the loud side ignition on startup. Blast power just to keep us rolling up the hill. And improved idle spool. Improvements to interior engine attenuation. Improvements to the buzzsaw volume curve. Fixed pilot air vent. Fixes for some active noise reduction headset type issues. If you click that little headset in the back we saw earlier down there to put A&R on. Trim sound volume, which we've heard is increased. Some adjustments to flap and hydraulics volume mixing and spatialization tweaked with that. Attenuated whine to be louder in the flight deck. Increased internal fuel pump volume and spread the attenuation a bit more. Tune the flap drag noise and volume, which we will definitely listen out for on final approach later today. Removed MCP rotary entries, as they are now anim sounds. And tuned spoiler drag volume. So quite a lot of tweaks and improvements to various elements of this.
15 Lima Kilo, there's nothing further. One of the unicorns James Money, good afternoon.
Over to Unicom, thanks for the ATC, Tranex 15 Lima Kilo, good afternoon. Sets. One on final. We've got Juliet 1, so it's full length for us today. I think it's MP. Is it MPS that's in front of us? Might be, might not be. What's that? It's an EasyJet. A320. Nice touchdown. There we go. Although very difficult to see in the sim because of the constant AI issues. There he goes. So that guy on final, we'll let him land in front of us. Our departure flight. Tim, good afternoon. X-Plane 12 Bog, Rubbish X-Plane 12 Bog, rather. Blue Rave 77. So that was Easy 730 coming in from Jersey. Then we've got on final approach, got MPS in front, lining up ahead of us. We've got over Hyde currently a little P180 flying in from LIMG. I'll have to work out what that is. Is that Limoges? I'm not sure. Into Manchester. He's doing 130 knots on an 8-mile final. It's going to be a while. But hey, there's no rush. We're all good. Oh, he's disappeared. The sounds are so much better now. And the wing flex is massively improved. Look how smooth that is. And it's a lot more natural, so we're going through up and down those little bumps, and you can actually see the aircraft's wings behaving as you would expect. Really nice to see. Tikas. Weather. Traffic. Manchester traffic, Channel X15 Lima Kilo, holding short, Juliet 123 right. Well, good afternoon. Flow, reset brakes. 11355 in a second, I'm just going to sort out this positioning first. MPS, is he up yet? There he goes. Sorry mate, I missed your rotation there, but up he goes. Good. Ian, I think, in the EasyJet behind us. Right, Nav was on.
Manchester traffic, your special night
I'm on 2-1.
6,000 feet, flight to 5,000 feet. Flight on special night, Manchester.
And that's going to be 215. This one's going to be 253. Set. So we've got our cross sections from the ORs. Yeah, variable wind though. Dusting nice. I'm looking out for this little P180. It's on like a 1 mile final. There he is. Meet me. This is good because it's going to give us opportunity to create good spacing towards Madeira. Manchester traffic, Janet 15, Lima Kilos, lining up behind the landing P180. 23 right behind.
And Manchester traffic, easy 2213, holding at Juliet 1 for runway 23, right.
It's off, isn't it? Yeah, right. Start the clock. Wave into the fans. Nobody's wearing any British Yankee merchandise there though. Check of that. Well, let's keep it rolling then. That's just traffic, John X15 Lima Kilos, taking off 23 right, cooks up 1 radio. Into the hazy, misty fog. Brian, good afternoon, mate. Sticks forwards. Okie dokie. Engines are stable. Toga. How's that?
Traffic to the 150 is holding Foxtrot 1, lining up runway 23 right behind the
check.
traffic behind.
That would be me next. Easy 2213, lining up runway 23 right. Easy 2213.
Roger, you can go.
Yeah, you must have a new upgrade for you, mate.
You're up. It's at 4. There we go.
Active traffic. Easy 23 lining up runway 23 right. So I'll get
Gear levers off. No worries, Rob. Have a good one, buddy. Manchester traffic, John X15 Lima Kilos airborne through 1,800, cooks up 1 radio 5 Manchester. Little bit of pea soup. A little bit of turbulence. Set. Looking good. One brake off. Let's get it flaps up. Set 1. Into the clouds. nav 0.
Traffic, EV213, departing runway 23 right.
Let's try and set this view a little bit more accurately for the wings, shall we? So that's going to be 4. There we are. Just get a little bit of a wing view. Somebody asked about the tablets. Yes, you can move it, mate. So there you go. Question, Lazanaria. So if you wish, during pre-flight, you can pop it there. You can redock it as well by clicking that little clip. And then you've got your clicky peds. So summons the Randazzo. Let's keep climbing. Nothing on TCAS. We'll step it to 10 initially. Hold intervention, then we'll VNAV speed. Right, to low down you go, but it's the opposite now, so watch that altitude jump. So we hit 6, watch it go up 1 hectopascal equals 33. Zip, there we go, much higher than we actually think when we go on standard pressure.
Right, final 5000 dialing, radio departure, Manchester.
I was going to do a direct to Cookson, but I'm not going to because I think we've got enough separation behind we'll adjust it, so it should be okay. 250. Pole here 3-4's next. Yes, look at this. Now we're talking. Look, the window plugs were on this. Oh, crikey, 10 already. Let's keep going. Landing lights off. Attracted. That's set, that's set. Let's release the punters. So 360 first, isn't it? Because we've got even flight numbers to begin with. Accelerating away. Looking pretty good. Right, so what have we got? Let's have a look inside the flight deck, shall we? Walk the cabin. Yeah, walk the cabin on. You guys know what I mean. So we've got new lights on at the moment. EFB screens. We've got, like the iFly now as well, they've got little quality of life features, so you can open and close those. You can grab the blinds and you can open and close those to your heart's content. Emergency exits. I daren't really click, just in case it triggers something else. I thought I closed the flight deck door. Nothing beats a Jet 2 holiday, Flight Max. Chris, so I've been trying to transfer my Flow Pro for a little while, for about a day now, and I'm still waiting. So automated cabin lights are on. Passenger services coming soon. That's a very interesting one. Maintenance coming soon. So what do we got? Let's have a look at this, shall we? We'll do forward entry lights. Let's do sunrise, sunset, shall we? So nice and dim. There we go. Cycling through. beverage. Just have those armed. But what we'll do is just leave automated cabin on and let it set itself up. Okay, let's just change it into mode there. I'm determined. Hey, hello. Ah, look at that! That's where they keep all the cola, PMDG jet cola. And there. Oh, good, that's silly. So we can put the boiler on. What else? Let's see. Aha! Go in. Ah, cheeky. That was a tease. Ah, that triggers the flush. I don't know if you could hear that. So, how are we going to do that at the same time? So this is where they haven't just looked at the cabin, they've gone, right, let's do the cabin, but then let's also think about the systems involved, right? So, one of the changes, so you can hopefully see the needles on the top right there, so that's our cabin pressure on the top right, and the pressurization system still pressurizing the cabin on the bottom of those two dials on the right hand side. If I flush it, apparently, and it might be more prevalent in cruise, we get a blip in cabin pressure as air leaves the cabin. Maybe that's not the trigger. I can hear something, I don't know what it is. But anyway, it's a terrible demonstration. But yeah, they've simulated all that kind of stuff. So there's not just like a flush that goes on; it's also a bit deeper than that. They have specifically asked not to show too many of the Easter eggs. Well, ideally not to show any of the Easter eggs really, but we'll try and see some of them. Oh, whoopsie! There we go. Found ourselves some cookies. Oh, somebody speaks and says it's occupied. Ah, I thought that's what was going on. That's quite clever. Doing 22,000. I'm just going to update myself here before we go further into the aeroplane. Ashley, good afternoon. How you doing? Hope you're well. I mean, I'm so excited to be back in this aeroplane because it is literally was for quite some time in 2020 my favourite aeroplane to fly, and it's really nice to be back in it again because the performance is fantastic. They've definitely improved the sounds. The wing flex I think is pretty cool because they've improved that. In 2021 it was a little bit stuttery. This one is a little bit more alive. Brian, yes, the flight deck windows do open. We open them and close them on the ground at Manchester. Obviously I can't do it now. How great do these clouds look? But if you remind me in Madeira, I'll open them again on landing. Crikey, Ashley. Oh, waypoint Beffy. Fuel status, we're bang on. Well, actually, slightly below our fuel status estimations. We'll be fine. as our world map today. The Jet 2 option actually comes with no EFB when you click the livery, because effectively it doesn't. They don't have them at the airline, so they've set that in to kind of reflect it more accurately. Good morning, Chinook. Welcome, buddy. Over in New Zealand. Yeah, I had to redo the camera views, Brian. So let's go into here and look at some of these, like the new chronograph options, for example. So it's in here. Go, just zoom out a little bit. Aircraft, equipment. So you've got all your Honeywell Collins options, and like we did before, auto on missed approach enabled, disabled, double D-rate bumps. You can set your default cost indexes and all your callouts as you wish. So a lot of this as it was previously. Auxiliary fuel systems, yaw damper gauges. You can change your standby instruments as well, so if you want a little bit of old school magic, you can set those. And what have we got? Change brakes. And there's different layouts as well. So there's a single class, there's a 2 class, and there's a high density layout. I'll see if I can change those in flight. And then you've got window heat annunciator, green or amber, so that's a new set of options. Flight tablet is there, and then we've got the chronograph and the transponder. So you can change between either this one as a new option in the Jet 2 aircraft, which is the G992, or you can go for the G990, which is this even more kind of basic one that we've been used to in the 738s previously. The different chrono options, the clock's on the left hand side. You've got the Avtech one that we've got at the moment. You've also got one then that has a microphone button attached to it. Smith's Industries. And there's the 3. So slight differences based on the setup of the aircraft. You can choose whatever you want. And then the hydraulic pump manufacturer, Vickers or Avex. Yeah, HUD was there. Where was it? HGS installed, yes or no. Pop it on. And then flick it down just so you can see it as a reminder. There it is. .70 crosswind at the moment. You can see our flight path vector is all the way over there, because that's actually where we're going, even though our heading is over that way. So there's an option for you. Let's turn that off again. I don't think we can change the cabin layout because there's no little arrow next to it. Look, probably a sensible thing. Failures like before. You can have your service-based failures on. You can turn them off. You can make them random, and you can pre-select ones that you want and trigger them as you wish. And then like the displays as well. All of these configurable options as we had before on the previous MSFS 2020 version of the 737-800. So good to be back in this. Change engine side-by-side display. You can put that there if you want a little bit more of an older school looking display option. And that one there, page 909, is the page that allows you to change between your kilos or pounds, depending on where you fly. And then, like before, you can set your preset startup states and things like that as well. And then in FS actions, that's where, like before, you can kind of change all of your fuel payload doors settings, and on the ground you've got your ground maintenance options and all that sort of thing as well. Oh, mega. Look at this. Where's he gone? Wow. Awesome, we just missed a fly past. Let's go to the perf page. Let's get our optimal flight levels. Brian, yes, so the Wing FMS I'm using currently, mate, to fly, to configure the aircraft, but the MCP doesn't work yet. Let's go to the back, because I've not actually explored the back of the aircraft yet, for what it's worth. Well, that's a nice looking galley, isn't it? Good. Got the, oh, you got the little flight attendant panel there as well, the FAP. Kind of hoping there'd be like little, I don't know, like Easter eggs hidden away here somewhere as well. So I'm just gently scanning around to see what we can find. Yes, that's occupied as well. Occupied. I heard that one. Hopefully you could hear that. It's quite neat. And what have we got down here? Some PMDG safety instructions. It's looking good. Ah, I got really excited there thinking, I wonder if there's any actual emergency equipment in that. Same with this, it'd be like a crew locker with a medical kit in it or something, typically. Let's walk and listen. Just notice the little cameras, look. So where on the 7.3 would the screen for the cameras be? I think there's a couple more builds still left to go, to be honest, Brian. There's definitely a few external elements that are still in testing as we speak. So, yeah, watch this space. It's not the final version, that's for sure. Let's pop outside now because we're pretty much in cruise. On trails looking really good. Look at that. Great, doesn't it? This is the blended wing version, but you've obviously also got the split scimitar version. You get the PMDG 800, the 737-800 deck special freighter. You get so the cargo versions like before in 2020. So they're part of the package. With bespoke cargo elements, they've got fast suppressant, kind of different systems for the cargo. The contrails look fantastic, don't they? Really wispy, really natural looking. And this is one of the included liveries that are that's in the operations centre. No, not sure when it releases, Anthony. Good morning to you. Let's see, what have we got here? Some really good little details. Look at the reflection of the engine there. Oops, gone. There we go, good old zoom. Let's see how we're getting on ElevateX. So, I'm just uploading these images that we've taken screenshots. We've got Badger flying along in the A330, very nice, Jet 2 charter livery. Osprey 2472 there, there's Ian. Just in there with a screenshot. ElevateX is being a bit slow today. Okay. Very nice. Looking for your other screenshots, Justin. Can't see them yet. Ian's up. Just trying to locate other folks flying along. Hey, look, there's Osprey 3 Yankee Oscar flying Bristol to Funchal, the 737-800. No, the Max 8 Epic. Love it. There's Justin there in his A320, followed by myself, and then we've got MPS up front. Just pop that screenshot in. I'm on ElevateX. Going to want me to really like zoom in and click. There we go. Oh, awesome! He's flying in msfs 2020 with the Osprey Holidays livery. Which actually we have to replicate in 2020, won't we? In 2024 rather. But you know what? We've made some bloody good progress. And then right at the front, Chris Osprey 146 Alpha flying the scheduled service out to Funchal. Very nice. Good effort, buddy. You're going to make some good profit. Badger's all the way up there. He's already touching Brest, the coastline of northwestern France. Thundering ahead in his A330. Good effort. And a little bit of precipitation by the looks of it around the island of Madeira. But I love this approach. We've not done this for a while actually, have we? So I'm excited for it. I thought it was a really good test of actually seeing how this aeroplane truly handles, I think. Tap virtual captain Andrewton on the lower screen that's in between the FMSs. So this one here, buddy, on the 737-800 is this MFD button. So you can click engine or system. The system gives you like the hydraulic systems, the brake temperatures, and all of your flight control surface status. You can see there the hydraulics in the A tank are, the quantity's getting a bit low, it's down around 70%. Pressure is good though and holding, so not too concerned, but that could cause some hydraulic problems later on. Has the flight model changed? To be honest, I remember the 737-800 in MSFS 2020 feeling like it flew exceptionally well. And this still flies amazingly well, so I'm not sure if there's much difference, but it was brilliant in the first place anyway, so I was never a critic of the previous flight model. I would imagine there have been tweaks because, for example, like the wing flex they've now changed and tweaked. When you're taxiing and you go down a little bump, you can see the wings hold up a little bit and then bounce back down a bit, and all that kind of stuff. So the wings being more alive will have caused them, no doubt, to have to reconfigure some of the flight models of this aeroplane just to ensure that its behaviour is accurate to what's happening on the aircraft still. I mean, yeah, being as though they've changed the wing flex, for example. But we're nice smooth there now. Custom views, Bob. If you go onto my channel and you go onto the pre-recorded videos, as of I think it's about a month or so ago, 2 months ago, there's a video there that says easiest custom views ever, or something like that. It's a short video and it shows you exactly how to do it. 95 knot crosswind, wowzers for that. Dentista saying, is this the best PMDG ever? You see, I really love the 777. Probably semi-biased because it's super big, super heavy, comes with a load of extra things to think about. But this for your island hops around Greece, being quite hands-on to fly because it's a Boeing, so you know the yoke is yours, decisions are yours rather than Airbus automation. This I do find flying the 737 generally really rewarding, but I love the iFly 737 MAX 8 equally as much as this. They're both superb. Thanks for Life says, do you also know if there will be an extra cost to upgrade this? So, if you haven't purchased this 737-800 in MSFS 2020 previously, the pricing apparently is going to be in line with their current lineup, their current product offering. So you can expect it to maybe pretty much near enough match the current pricing of the 737-800 in MSFS 2020 maybe. But if you've purchased it previously, you've already got it, then you will be able to upgrade for what they've said is the price of a couple of coffees. But they still haven't set a release date or final pricing, so I'm not sure. We've waited a very long time for this though, so... Edge Dinosaur says, I've always found it weird how many configurations of the 737NG there are. Like the Sky Interior was only fitted in 2015 plus deliveries, or some really old ones have green FMCs. They are working on the exterior, yes. So this package has got some tweaks, although I'm not sure what, because it just said on the summary that I got on an email, exterior tweaks. But the build version in testing at the moment has a load of other exterior tweaks associated with them. So at some point through the week ahead, hopefully there'll be another build update. Showcase and change to the exterior. I think we could probably count the wing flex improvements as a change to the exterior, to be fair. But things like the lighting, all that kind of stuff is pretty good anyway. Nav lights. The liveries could do with a little bit of clean up because they've got a little bit of rough edges, certainly around all of these bits here. but that's more of a livery issue as opposed to a texture, you know, actual physical model issue, if that makes sense. Let's just pop through here, mind the red. Got all the static wicks, well, really close to that. Practically in it. Check the VATSIM, make sure we haven't got any other ATC. Currently we don't. Weird for a Saturday to have very little air traffic control on VATSIM. Turn that on. There we go, look, so that works. Turn it off. Lovely job. We go to active noise cancelling headset now, let's have a little listen. Much calmer environment. So if you're doing some long flights, maybe if you need it to be a little bit quieter, got little ones sleeping or something like that, flick that switch. Mess with the passengers. I'm like, who's turned that off? My seat's not working. It'd be cool if there was a way to trigger the blip in cabin pressure to show the simulation, but not really necessary, is it? Let's face it. But they've made various tweaks to all of the textures in here as well, just to bring it in line with what we expect in 2024 nowadays. Oh, that's Dave's arm. Guard so we can listen in. You got like all your little seats bits there are animated, so you can pop the what's it got? Cabin bag. So that side's animated. This side isn't. Probably sensible though, because I always fold this one up in the sim. Hey, Night Shadow, epic! How is it? Hopefully it's a good quality. So, Dave's back. There's this little clipboard here. Basically, a note about putting your full names and stuff on their forum. What's this one? Internal Advisory Operations Bulletin. Quality addresses the intermittent generation of the ICAS advisory message PC load letter, which some crews reported during pre-flight check sequence. Tech. What's all this? Night Shadow epic. Make sure you revision the cargo manifest procedures. Oh, there's loads of different messages. You can hide them as well if you don't want them, so you can just click it there, get rid of it. Flick switch there. An absolute whopper of a crosswind, 100 knots now. This is going to batter us. So we've got to maintain. Where's Salco? Uh, 350 now, isn't it? Go to 37. We're now over France and Spain. I'll keep it smooth so they don't notice. Oh, actually, I could use this. Rebox that. And I'll punch in 390 as a potential step climb just to see what it then says. Scout driver training, hello. So it doesn't have toilets, but they do have like animated handles, so if you try to open them it says, oh, someone's in it basically, and they shout out and say it's occupied. But like, what they've done is they've simulated the cabin toilet flush instead. So for example, if at some point it's probably quite difficult to spot because there's no way to trigger it, I don't think. But effectively, at some point, if somebody flushed the toilet in the cabin, you would get a tiny blip in cabin pressure because of the air leaving. Oh, yeah, you noticed that. Good, nice. 7 nautical miles to Cook. We're supposed to have 10.6 tonnes of fuel on board at that point. So 378, let's just see what it comes up with now. Optimum is 376 for us. Step point at 243 miles for 1.7% fuel saving, so yeah, we'll monitor that then. Leave it back on VNAV speed, VNAV path. Oh, there it is, there's the step climb at Coral. So when we hit that, we'll go up to 390. Very nice. Put the VORs off because we don't need those. I put the lights on test just to kind of light everything up so we can see all of this. Because you've got different things like the chrono, for example, there, all the different, like the somewhat updated textures, probably worth saying, isn't it? Different lights. Where you are going. And then the overhead panel. Like so. Don't need the logo lights on either, I'll probably turn that off. Night Shadow, are you in MSFS 2024 or 2020? I don't think Flight Tampa have officially updated to their 2020 version of Amsterdam into 2024, but that was really good. It's probably the only one I would recommend, in fairness. And regarding Gatwick, MKVY, Gatwick Airport, on flightsim.to is superb, and it's freeware, which is really good. It's on par, I think, genuinely, with what iniBuilds have done, but I haven't tried the iniBuilds Gatwick yet myself. These clouds are superb. The sim just keeps getting better and better all the time. Yeah, it is, isn't it? It's super slow today, Elevatex. Still can't see any of your screenshots except for that one out of Manchester, Justin. I am looking. Oh wow. Close. Maybe if I go into your account, let's see. I see this is all of your screenshots. Well, it might work. Let's go on, let's have a look, see what screenshots you've taken anyway. That's Keflavik, I think. Yeah. Oh, there's me. Epic. Keflavik from the other day. Samos, love it. It's like spot the airport, isn't it? Well, we need a skiathos really, urgently. Oh, there's me again. Need a skiathos for MSFS 2024 because currently we don't have any. Norvex still haven't updated their skiathos into 2024. which is weird because it was the first, I think one of the first sceneries they released for the sim. You got some good screenshots of me there, mate, actually. Have you seen it? What do you guys think of Alaska Airlines' new livery? They've managed to lease some slots for London Heathrow from their 787, which is quite interesting. Right, Tim, so I haven't used FS Realistic for a very, very, very long time, but that's mainly because when you're flying general aviation aircraft, I thought quite good. When you're flying the airliners, I just thought it was ridiculously overdone, and I really did enjoy using it, to be fair. Yeah, Night Shadow, in that case, for msfs 2024, get the MKVY freeway Gatwick, really good, doesn't cost you a penny. And Amsterdam, it's a bit of a tough one. I'd probably say stick with the default Sobo version for now, until Fly Tampa bring their scenery properly across. That's probably what I'd recommend. Unless, you know, like for example, Brian, not sure if you've potentially used the freeware one recently and the payware iniBuilds one. Whether any of you can draw some comparisons between the two. Three Greaves. There is a model bug that I've seen in other streams, but too quick. Could you zoom in on the L2 right one and right tall doors externally, please, and thank you. I'll try, but there's a caveat though, is this is not the final external model, so I'm not sure what this is going to achieve. You're better off looking at the one at release. Fine with me. There's a little dink there, look. That's all I can see. But I know there is another update coming, another build coming with an actual final external model. So this is not the final piece, it's a preview build. But look at that glint. Nice. Shiny. I find flying Boeings in the sim far more rewarding, just because of its more hands-on nature. I don't know what any of you, if you feel the same. There's somebody over there somewhere, 2,000 below. Did I show what? Did you see what you're trying to see through Green's Ambu? I'm not sure. That is Speedbird 91 Charlie November from Heathrow to Tenerife South, alongside us down below. An A321. Yeah, I do think though that Phoenix hand flies a lot better than the FS Labs version now, bizarrely. Which is odd because when the FS Labs A320 series released, I found that hand flew significantly better than the Phoenix. But then the latest Phoenix has then sort of topped that on its head. And it's a lot better than the FS Labs now, I think, in hand flying. I don't know. Just now the Qatar 2025 F1 livery on the 777 landed in Sydney at 6 AM this morning. On this way to Perth, very nice. That's next on my list to do as well, check out the new Perth airport scenery. But next week we are going to somewhere very different. It won't be Perth, although that remains on my list of things to do. I do have the Orbex Perth scenery, but today's one of my only 2 days off, and tomorrow's dog training, of course, so we'll do what we could do today. Tim says a little immersion tip. I have an Xbox controller for my drone camera. When it's placed on the desk with force feedback enabled in the sim, the controller vibrates. It's really cool when taxiing. So my Wing yoke, for what it's worth, with SimApp Pro enabled, which is the case today, that vibrates when you hit bumps on the taxiway, which is quite cool. So similar sort of thing, I think. Night Shadow, now that you're flying the PMDG 737 again, is it your favourite aircraft? It's really tight between that, the 737-800 and the PMDG 777-300ER. I love that thing. It's just huge, heavy, fast. Yeah, so I think they're both epic. Really enjoy it. And it's so great to be back in this. It's going to be interesting to see what iFly do though, because they have been teasing some mega update to the iFly 737 MAX 8, which is fantastic already anyway. I've always hated the iFly tablet, but they've now got a tablet that's a little bit more akin to this by the looks of it, so that's going to be a game changer for their product. That's fantastic as well. I really enjoy the iFly MAX 8. So it's very difficult to distinguish between a lot of these add-ons now, because a lot of them are all so superb that it's more of a question of like, is it great, yes, or is it not, no? And how do you then categorise between the two? Just interesting. Well, to be fair, I haven't flown the Phoenix for a while now though. I've flown the FS Labs the last 2 times, but had to really fight it on approach, and that's flying it properly. So like, yeah, for a little bit of left roll correction, it's just tapping the stick and releasing it left a little. Just tap it left slightly, release it. So yeah, that's operating it properly as well, and I'm really having to fight with it when it's windy. Probably should compare the same sort of thing in the Phoenix, but with this it's good on Boeing, so you could get the aileron set left and hold it just right for the wind and really kind of become one with the machine. Where are we? Got 10.6 good, so our fuel balancing is pretty much bang on. I loaded an additional 30 minutes of fuel today into Madeira, just in case we either have to join the hold or something like that. Because in reality, what would be the case if we flew in with controllers, which yeah, they could very well come online, we will all have to enter the holds whilst each aircraft commits to the approach, effectively, and only then they let you then progress in from that point onwards. So if I'll just give you a heads up as to what we're going to be doing later. pretty much that. Right, what else have we got? Let's go approaches. Could just fly that potentially, the VOR visual approach from way 105, make it really tough. You can see there's a hole right at the top there at Pillar. That's where typically controllers will just have you stack until one aircraft has got in and successfully landed. Once they've landed, they'll then clear the next aircraft in, all that kind of stuff. So it depends if there's controllers online. Night Shadow, the dog training's coming along really well, matey, thanks. Yeah, she's doing really well at the moment, very focused. She's going through a weird phase though, so about, when was it, Saturday? Friday night, last week? It's been a long week basically. I can't remember what day it was. I feel like it was Friday night before the stream that we did on Saturday. And I can't remember even if I spoke about it there, but effectively a fly went into the sensor of one of our fire alarms in the house, which is mains linked to the others. And it detected the fly as heavy smoke, which, you know, naturally it would, because it's quite a thick thing to go into through the little sensor vent. Somehow, for some reason, it decided to crawl in there, set all of the fire alarms off at like 3-4 AM. And ever since that, Indy hasn't really settled at night. So Sunday into Monday, Monday into Tuesday, she was basically waking up every 30 minutes. Tuesday into Wednesday, she woke up every hour and a half. Wednesday into Thursday, she woke up once at 12 and once at 3. And Thursday into Friday, she slept through, which was amazing. But then last night, randomly, she bloody well woke me up halfway through the night again. So I've got no idea what's going on in her mind at the moment. Yeah, it was a horrible way to wake up, Justin. It's a really brutal way to wake up. I flew out of bed, just grabbed my phone, and I just went round clearing the floors, whilst the other half just stayed in bed with zero survival instinct. But I was like, I burst straight to the middle floor because we live in a townhouse, cleared that, no problems, no smoke, straight down to the ground floor, thinking like, is it carbon monoxide? Has the sensor for that gone off near the boiler? Therefore, you know, I need to go and get the dog, make sure she's okay and all that kind of stuff. And then I spent about 15-20 minutes trying to calm her down afterwards. For about 5 minutes I couldn't work out why all of the alarms were going off until I was wafting. I wafted each one to see what the issue was. It was the middle floor. As I was wafting that with a cushion, the fly crawled out and then just ran away. MPS, it's the one in the description, matey, for today's live stream. It's a Telic Madeira. Harry, good afternoon, welcome. Just finished type rating ground school on the 737-800. Cool to see someone flying Jet 2 on stream. Yeah, it's epic. Well, a lad at work, his mate's now, he's flying Jet 2, his mate flies the A321 Neos at, I think, Birmingham at the moment. Yeah, Atelix Madeira is definitely the best option out of all of them. They've even got like the little town thing going on underneath the runway, with the little go-kart racetrack. I think that's in the Atelix one, isn't it? If I remember rightly. Very nice. Yeah, I've kind of given up on my my attempts to become an airline pilot. Run out of money a few times, and then I've just kind of given up. The AMSIM one on Orbex, that's interesting actually, because that's reminded me, wasn't there a whole load of hoo-ha with AMSIM and VM World? Who was it they were going after? Was it Flightbeam Studios? They're basically taking their scenery, ripping elements of it off, reselling it, but also putting like silly reviews on the competitors' views, and also ripping them and sticking them on like illegal sites and things like that. But they're Russian based, AMSIM and VM World, so they can bugger off. James, I need to set up my Hurricane Bravo and Alpha for the airlines. Is Axis and O's worth it, or should I use the default MSFS config controls to set it all up in MSFS? So I've never used Axis and O's. I know some people do. Some people use SPAT Next. I haven't used that either, to be fair. Yeah, the problem for me, Harry, is I've tried to self-fund, which is never easy. But also, for a bit of context, when Speedbird Academy launched with British Airways a few years back, I applied for that. Did really well, got through to Skyboard Academy with some final interviews, but I worked out that to get onto the course and actually do the course for 18 odd months, I would have to sell my house that we'd not long purchased to be able to afford to do it, because otherwise, without working, I wouldn't be able to afford the mortgage repayments and all that sort of stuff. So that I then had to really annoyingly email them and say, thanks for the opportunity, but I can't afford this. I've done the maths, and I just can't afford it. I'd have to sell my house. It's not something I'm prepared to do. So, I'll withdraw my application and give the opportunity to someone else. Which, it is what it is. And I've since then gone on to sell most of my flying kit on eBay as well. It's all my headsets and all that sort of stuff. 56 nautical miles to the step climb. Yeah, I mean the sim's absolutely brilliant, to be fair, Harry. Now we've got these aeroplanes starting to come out as well, we're in a pretty good place with this. Still not the real thing. I do deeply miss flying. I used to love buzzing around in the PA-28. I effectively won't bother, I would never bother trying to fly again unless I've saved up enough to actually do all of it self-funded in one go, which is like 120, 130k, which I'm never going to be able to afford effectively, so yeah, it's one of those things. But I've come to accept that reality now. If I can end up though in some sort of airline role, risk management or something like that, I'd probably be quite happy. But then it would also be a big ask to move off from what I'm doing at the moment. Effectively, Night Shadow. It depends on the airline, it depends on what sponsorship you're getting. So some of them will stipulate that you are effectively what they call bonded to them for 5 years. They dock your pay to then get the money back from the training that they paid for and all that sort of thing. And if you leave early, then they basically can claw back the money from you. So it very much depends on the agreement though, and what type of sponsorship course you're doing. Some of them just tag you, so they would say, look, if this candidate continues to excel at the training and they don't fail more than one exam, we'll take them, sort of thing. So they can then tag you to say, if they continue to perform at this level, we'll have them as a pilot. So there's different ways all the way through training, effectively. Justin says, hope everyone's gotten a VRAM and DRAM, seeing Micron's announcement that they're ditching the Crucial brand. Justin, how do all these kids at EasyJet that I've seen on a documentary series fund their way? A lot of the time, wealthy parents and or parents that then remortgage, put second finance agreement against their house for like a BBVA bank. It's one of the big ones. They'll put like a second charge mortgage on the house to then release equity to then fund the training that way. So there's lots of different ways. I'm not sure. I'm not sure of the setup of the F1 drivers, but probably. Harry says my type rating is bonded. Speedbird's full sponsorship. TUI, I believe, is similar. Jet2, Flight Path as well. Wizz and Easy are big on tagging. Ryanair just make you pay for everything. Yeah, pretty much. Although Wizz did a sponsorship scheme recently. It was a really horrible set of terms actually. When I looked at it, it was about 3 years ago. Those of you in Discord, I shared it at the time actually, just in case anyone was interested, but you had to basically work for them for 5 years after training with Wizz, and they were only going to pay you €19,000 a year, from memory, something along the lines of that, because the rest of it would be docked out your salary, and it was like €1,000 a month that they would take out your pay. Which is a huge, basically they're just like locking you in, you can't leave. And then I think after 3 years the payment changed to only €700, or it went the other way and it became more, it was higher, because you're on a higher pay band or something. It was quite complicated, but very low paid for a very long time. Yeah, it was written into the WIS terms, Harry, that if you left early, you would have to pay the full settlement of your training. It was a very hostile agreement that wasn't really to the benefit of that potential pilot. And it effectively trapped you into working for Wizz Air for at least 5 years. I think the training was done in Greece or Hungary. It was like an option of Greece and one other location in Eastern Europe. I mean, the price of a private pilot's licence is astronomical now, isn't it? Effectively, you've got in the UK now, a private pilot's licence is touching on about £15,000 post the Ukraine invasion. So it's causing a load of issues for people, and that's what happened with me while I was in my last phase of PPL training at Denham. I'd budgeted X amount to get the PPL done, which would then give me enough money to have the CPL done in tranches so that I could just about afford it over 5, 6, 7 years. But the PPL money that I'd set aside, which is about 10k, and I was going to do it in really low hours, minimum hours, I was doing really well and progressing very rapidly. But I'd still have to get the minimum hours before I could do my final kind of PPL check ride. So I was going to effectively have to burn cash just to kind of get the hours requirement up, which was I didn't mind, because effectively you need hours anyway regardless, so it was one of those things. But I budgeted for that, and then the Ukraine thing happened, and all of a sudden, overnight, they added £2,500 to the cost of training, and a few weeks later there was another grand the cost of training effectively, so it went from 200 odd quid to 250 quid per hour, and it's just ridiculous. So I then just went, you know what, you're not having a penny more. And I had 200 and something quid on account for my next flight with them, and I just went, I'll have that back, thanks. Because it was no point at that moment in time, there was no point me throwing more money at it, because I knew my end game, CPL, the budget for that later on wasn't then achievable. So I had to be quite brutal with myself and just go, no, that's too much now. Quite rigid. Alan, I can't do that unfortunately with a mortgage and a full-time job, so I'm kind of stuck with having to use the UK. I've got a mate at work who's doing it at the moment. He's doing really well. He's over the next month going to be doing. He's doing his nav at the moment, so I think maybe it was this week actually, or this week coming. He's got his first ever cross-country solo for his private pilot's license, but he has done tons of overtime at work to build a massive buffer of money, and his missus earns double the amount he does, so she can afford all the bills, the mortgage, the food, and actually throw a load of money into his training, because she's on 6 figures, whereas he's not. He's on a public sector pay packet, so because of that he can make it work. He's got a really lucky set of circumstances in a way. Harry says in Jet 2 they usually fly with the secondary engine instruments hidden in the collapsed mode. How they are. Failures won't pop up on the lower DU, so maybe hard to spot. So you mean like that? That's how you guys operate. Interesting. I mean, the difficulty really is going to be for me, I think, if I come into some windfall for whatever reason, say I win a little lottery or something wild happens, or somebody comes on one day like a Mr. Beast and then just throws tip directly via Streamlabs of £120,000 or 100k or something wild like that happens, which is very unlikely. But if it did, I would probably instantly just go and start training again, and I probably would actually do it, because I'd be able to still work, and then on my days off I'd then be able to fly, and I'd have the funding, and it might take 3, 4, 5 years, but by the age of 40 I'd be flying. But yeah, it's unlikely. But it does show, though, in a way, me explaining that effectively, step point for that, that effectively, you know, the dream never kind of does go away, does it? Let's keep it smooth. And what are we, 390. Let's just rebox that bad boy. Would think that Night Shadow, yeah, but it's supply and demand, isn't it? I suppose because of the pilot shortage, these training schools are probably thinking, well, they've got to come through us anyway, and their overheads are quite high. Certainly with an old, aging aeroplane. So some of these Piper Cherokees and Cessna 152s and things were built in the 60s, and they're still buzzing around now. It's a shame that they don't offer, although from an investment point of view, it's probably stupid if they did. I was trying to think of a better way to word it, but it would be really great if they offered a sponsorship that was modular. So, you could get a deal, and you would be given a time limit of, say, 5 years to complete your ATPL in a modular format. And then you could basically just go and smash it, so they would give you a year to do your PPL, and then the rest to do your CPL and your ATPL. Or they'd give you 4 years or something like that, for example, instead of the 18 months. And they were like, right, we'll sponsor you to do modular. Here's some time frames that we require you to train in. If you fail, there's a case-by-case basis extension, otherwise you have to pay the training back. And I'd probably put in to do that, I'd take the risk. But it's probably a big ask of an airline to offer something like modular training that's going to give them a benefit realised in 5 years as opposed to 2 years. Although part of me now thinks, I feel like I would want to be cheeky by doing so, but part of me thinks, would that be worth sending on an email to the likes of Jet2, EasyJet, TUI, British Airways to see what their recruitment management say? But the answer, I'm sure, would just be no. Lovely. That. Right at the top of the envelope here. See, Jafer, I've just been enjoying the iFly Max 8, to be fair, to get my 737 fill. Happy job. So 70 knot crosswind still, but we're at our kind of optimal cruise now. The last bit of today. Yeah, probably right, Harry there. Says that BNICE probably doesn't give them enough control over the training process. Yeah, that's the thing. With an integrated course, they can specify precisely how they want it to be run. But yeah. even if they had like a course that was like you self-fund the PPL to show commitment, and we will then fund your modular CPL training, and then you self-fund the ATPL element at the end. Something like that. Like you meet us in not necessarily in the middle, because funding-wise it isn't in the middle, but there's a financial commitment from the candidate at each end of the training process, for example. Even something like that would be quite good. I'm just keeping an eye on that speed there. But it's just creeping back down. Pascal, I don't fly gazebo. I don't have X-plane. I am indeed, J-Foot. Actually, I don't think I updated that. It's a bit naughty. But we're all good. It shouldn't make much of a difference anyway. ATC at Tenerife, Justin, then we can all expect effectively 10 minutes in the hold each, whilst each of us shoots an approach. Harry, the wind's quite calm for Madeira at the moment, look. So what have we got? As of half an hour ago, wind 010 at 8 knots, so predominantly a nice little light headwind, gentle crosswindy type situation for us on 05. Winds variable between 310 and 060, something to consider there. All the nice, few clouds 1,600, broken 2,500. Temperatures are lovely 20 degrees Celsius, dew point 10, so there's a good spread there for us. And the QNH 1024. So pretty good at the moment. Yeah, the Madeira charts have got things like wind limitation bits as well, just to kind of give you indications of what you could face depending on where the winds are coming from on the day. This one, for example, has like maximum permissible winds. So what have we got? 0108. they're the maximum winds, so at 15 knots, gusts 25, 20 knot gusting 30, well within limits. It's a really calm day in reality for Madeira. Again, there's the limiting winds there. Then we've got weather charts, so we've got the overviews of the weather. Terrain maps. Offset Funchal VOR, which is on that little like proper land over there, look. Yeah, it's because Japheth the prevailing winds, so depending on what season it is, look, 7th of February at the moment there, prevailing winds are northerly 11 knots, for example, which is why 05 is probably most favoured, and that's what the approach looks like as a bit of a plan view, although we won't be approaching from there, we're kind of sweeping in like that. On to 05. Bit of Portugal down below, or northwestern Spain perhaps actually. Yeah, there is, isn't there, Alan? There's a bit of a discrepancy there. We could do the RNAV Alpha, or the RP Alpha 05, which is basically descending from Pilim onto the downwind leg, and then from the downwind leg, it's hand flown, autopilot off, manual throttle, and we crack on. So we can do that. We've got RMP visual approach, which would be the Alpha. So we go to charts. That's the RP Alpha. That's one option. Which then from that little Madeira 566 point moves on to the visual charts like so. Minimum 940 feet, base turn there with a 2.3 nautical mile radius from yellow with a curved leading light system, and then if we wings level around 1 mile to final Rosario. Then there's the RP Zulu, so we can get the aircraft to sort of fly most of it itself in that LNAV profile, a bit of VNAV. Yankee's not applicable for us today, and then we've got the circling VOR DME approach, which starts at Porto Santo, routes in for Usu and then Funchal. From Funchal, you then basically route in onto the downwind leg and you hand fly the whole thing. That's again the visual approach phase, very similar to that RMP visual approach phase. I haven't done a flight into Sevilla, no. But I think what we'll do is we'll configure for the RMP Alpha and then go for that visual approach there, like so. That sounds good, folks. What do you think? Let me know. Doing. Still got 1.53 kilos ton-wise in the cement tanks, looking good. Cells multi-pilots, let's have a look. It's a little bit of high altitude cloud building up there. And you can kind of see the tops of some cumulonimbus, I think, potentially. It's always hard to tell in the sim, isn't it? Because it doesn't make it abundantly clear. You can see them on the weather radar. No. So potentially we'll go through this little bit of hazy cloud. We might get some higher level cells kind of reveal themselves potentially. Who knows? How far was that? 40 miles. Wow. Yes, you're doing pretty well ahead of us, mate. Yeah, that crosswind's backed off at 390 quite nicely, at 50 knots instead of 90 knots crosswind. We could ask for a constant Mach actually as well, couldn't we? So we could do Mach 79. It's not going to allow it, is it? So 390. It always wants an altitude in Boeing, I think, from memory. No. Bloody heck. I'm trying to remember how to do this chuffing thing now. Just leave it in the box like that. There we go. It's funny, isn't it? You lose track of how to fly. Bearing in mind, I was in this all the time in MSFS 2020, and it's been what, a year since, and there are some tweaks from the Max 8 to this. Try and get your head around it when you've then been flying Airbus, BA146, Avro RJ. You end up kind of like confusing elements of all of the different aeroplanes into one sometimes, especially when you're tired. Entering cruise page, Harry, yeah, cheers buddy. Justin says, how's the GS, Luke? Are you ready for winter rides? I was out in it the other day actually as well, to be fair. It was like 2 degrees, but I've got heated grips, heated gear, heated gloves. I'm pretty cozy in it. I actually find bizarrely it's because the heated gloves warm up almost instantly, and my thermal liners for my jacket and my trousers are really nice. I actually find that I'm warmer quicker than I am when I'm in my own actual car. Yeah, actually I'm not in VNAV mode, am I? Now I am. Good job. So it's good. I haven't been riding the last couple of days because like yesterday, for example, on the way back from work, the weather forecast was brilliant on the way, but it was meant to be torrential rain with like 7-8 millimeters of rain within an hour where I live. Banged on the time I was supposed to be coming home, so it was like, yeah, risk reward. I figured I could save 15 minutes on the commute because I'd filter through the traffic on the M25 coming out of Heathrow. Brilliant, but not worth the risk when I get this side of my commute home and roads are potentially flooded and quite hazardous for a two-wheeler. So I figured not to, so I just left it in the garage. I actually rode in on Tuesday, but not Wednesday, Thursday or Friday. Minus 24 degrees Celsius in Manitoba for you Canadian flights. My goodness. Yeah, I definitely wouldn't want to ride. Not in that. I need a car with heated gloves and heated grips. And heated jacket, probably, for that. Good grief. Bob, I'm in Oxfordshire, matey. Which actually limits my opportunity a little bit, somewhat, because there was a job that popped up for me yesterday that various things reckoned I'd be really good at, and it was the terminal duty manager at Gatwick. And I thought that'd be brilliant, and it wouldn't be a pay cut either, like a lot of other roles with airlines, comparable to what I do at the moment. Although the pension's nowhere near as good, but it is what it is. But it's at Gatwick, and I can't, you know, that's a 3-hour drive, so that doesn't work for me, sadly. I could justify Luton, an hour and 20 minutes, if the pay's right. Right, let's start to look at just a quick check of that progress page actually. 1556Z, so still got like 2 hours of flying, crikey. about an hour and a half-ish. 720 nautical miles left. Let's have a little look at Discord then. I'll just grab your phone 2 seconds. Let's have a look. Is it in Discord crew room chat? Oh, no. Like some screenshots? Ah, there it is. Crikey, yeah. That's a huge cell. So you must be looking at possibly like these bits here, right? But in X-plane, you've got big old cakes waiting to punish you if you fly through it. Parallel 42 still hasn't transferred my Orbex Flow Pro purchase from years ago into their own account, which is really annoying because I actually wanted to pay the upgrade $2 fee for Flow Pro today. I'm not paying for it all again from scratch. Still not sorted that out. Has the RJ146 been updated recently? Yes. Did a video on it the other day, Night Shadow, so was it Monday? Or Tuesday, actually, I might have been the video released. I did Birmingham to London City in the brand new version 2.4, I think, actually, off the top of my head. Of the BA146, sorry, not the RJ, the 146. But the Avro RJ was updated a few weeks prior to that in the sim, so that's a separate video and a separate product, but the Just Flight 146 was all good. Ian says his was transferred in a couple of hours and all done. Bloody hell. Yeah, mine's been 24 hours almost now, waiting. And I supplied the proof of purchase and all the bits that they asked for. Leave a tip at checkout. That takes the Michael a little bit, doesn't it? Let's see if it lets me check out anyway. With the discount code now. No, discount code's not available to me. Yeah, I sent it yesterday though, which was effectively for the US Brian, like middle of the day. The thing is, Brian, I've was this perhaps drop Edson a message. Ages and ages ago, albeit, I haven't bothered since, but quite a while back, I emailed him about some bits about potential like previews or review copies of things like Flow Pro, and he basically just didn't reply to me. So I kind of can't be bothered to keep chasing, which is why I ended up buying Flow Pro myself for whatever it was at the time, around 30 quid. Tango, good morning, welcome, hope you're well. We've had a good week, matey. Yeah, Justin, that's why effectively there needs to be, in reality, about 10 minutes between our arrivals, each of our arrivals. At a push, at the very minimum, 5-minute separation, I think, to keep it reasonable. Because if we do miss Bravo, like you say, then it's going to be a massive backtrack. And then the next person's probably going to have to go missed. If we go to... So what I'm going to do is I'm going to configure for a hold at Pillim just in case. If I get too close to MPS and he's on finals on that downwind leg or something like that, and I get to Pillim, that's only like 10 miles. So I might do one hold. It depends on separation. That's good, that's 4 miles from 5.8, from 5.65. 5.50. Actually, that'll be alright, that's about 20 miles. But I'll put in the hold just in case, just to be on the safe side. If we get Tower come online or approach the Madeira come online, then you can guarantee, like before, I think last time we flew in, we all had to basically get stacked until the aircraft had touched down or thereabouts. But yeah, if we miss Bravo, which is there, we're landing on 05 today. So heading in that way. If we miss Bravo, we can backtrack. We'll have to turn down this bit first to then come off at Bravo. Or we get on the brakes nice and firm, and then we can slow down safely enough to come off at Bravo. Who knows? We're only just leaving the Portuguese coast down below us now. Can't quite see it. So there you go, just about through that break in the clouds. There's the coastline of Portugal. Viana do Castelo down below. And now we're Atlantic Ocean all the way to Madeira. So about halfway. Just in epic. What we can do is have a little look at VATSIM radar. To see what we've got and what our approach times are looking like. So 1 hour 23, ETA 15:42 for MPS. Multipilot at 15:48. Oh, that's going to be tricky. Christ. There's 3 of us arriving in within literally at the same time. Look, 15:48, 15:48, 15:48. LGL 771 from Luxembourg. So, what's ours? What are we looking at speed wise? 661 miles, 651, 626. Oh, how slow is that LGL 771 flying then? Crikey. Oops. Got one. Looks 431. $450. 453. And then Justin, you're looking good, matey, actually. 15:48, there's 10 minutes separation there. So that's looking pretty good. Ian at 16:02, so getting quite close. You might even overtake Justin, actually, to be fair. And then we've got Ryanair flight pretty much straight after Ian. In Madeira, coming in from Dublin. Osprey 3 Yankee Oscar at the same time as the Ryanair. Potentially slightly ahead. Yeah, it's going to be busy. Good little sequence of arrivals, I think, potentially. But it's good when we get stuff like this because it means that we're going to have to kind of work to make sure we've got separation. I've spotted the LGL. Yeah, so he's right between me and you, MPS, so there's no way we're going to be able to get in with a straight-in approach. We're probably going to have to plan for that hold anyway. So let's get it in. Let's do RNAV Alpha 25, because that's always pretty snazzy. Just double check on the charts, it is what I want. Yeah. RNAV Alpha 05. Transition Pilim. And we want the lead row. 1 Papa. Arrival, Alpha 05. Just making some quick notes as well on my notepad next to me. For it. Intro 1 Papa. And then we'll plan for that hold at Pilim. Hold at Monek. That's going to be the missed approach, isn't it? Yeah, that's the missed approach for the RP Alpha. And the RP Zulu as well, to be fair. So we'll go to next hold, and we'll configure for 1 at Pilim. And it's going to be an inbound course of 226 with a right turn. It's only 1 degree, but I'll just make sure it's correct. It'll be outbound 046, radial on a northeasterly, direction 1 minute legs, 230 at or below for the max speeds. And it's above 3,000. Minimum holding altitude. So that's in there just in case. We can add some fixed rings as well. So let's, in fact, let's get plan mode up. And we'll step through towards Madeira. There's the hold of Pilim that we've just entered. And we go to fix. Is it going to allow us to put this in? So put it in as on this. Let's see. Is it going to allow us to do this? LPMA 05. No. Yeah, looks good. So we'll draw some extended centre lines. And if that's 1 miles, 3 mile range ring, 049. It's going to be 6 miles, isn't it? Call it 5. Actually, that's wider, isn't it? What's 504? 504 is 2 miles. That's pretty much 520. Yeah, that looks good. So 520 is the 3 mile fixed ring. So if we then do a 6 mile fixed ring, $229. That'll put the 2 fixed rings in place for us where we want them. Justin, yeah, well, I reminded you, and then it dawned on me after I started the stream. Suddenly, I can't remember if I actually deleted it myself. I hope I did. We might have to do a little bit of funky vectoring to give ourselves spacing if we don't want to enter the hole, but we'll see how we go. Do you ever use any type of head tracking? I love my Tobii eye tracker, works brilliantly with this triple 48-inch screen setup on Microsoft Flight Sim 2024. That's epic. I use it, but I don't use it all that much, if I'm really honest. I find in Microsoft Flight Simulator 2024 it still just doesn't feel right, where I'd got it nailed quite happily in 2020. I just don't feel like it's quite right in 2024. Skelton, no worries, buddy. I'll be back in just a few seconds, folks, so in a minute or two. I'm just going to go and get some more water and some snacky snacks for Cruise. And then we'll try and find some more Easter eggs or something like that. We'll have a little look at some of the features, shall we? In the meantime, while I go, if you do want to look at anything in particular with this aircraft, bear in mind it's a preview version of the new 2024 PMDG 737-800, let us know, and then I'll get back to the chat when I get back. Yep, welcome, buddy. Good to have you rejoin us. Dwell, just before I head off for a quick snack. Good to see you, mate. I'll be back in just a couple of minutes. 5 Maryland cookies later on back. Right. Is there in the Sobo Manchester I should have also removed? No, I don't think so. No, I don't think so. Off the top of my head, the iniBuilds one should just overwrite the AI generated Manchester that it would create. I don't think there's an Sobo Manchester. Jep's asking, is there anyone got any idea if we can get the DC6 in Microsoft Flight Simulator 2024? Mate, if I'm really honest, I have no idea. I'm hoping after all of these 737s come out that the 747 from PMDG won't be too much longer. I'll be really hoping that that is out by sort of June, July 2024, 2026 at a guess. Because that's going to be really good. Very much looking forward to that. We've waited a very long time for that 747, haven't we? Night Shadow was thinking of purchasing the Toby. May I ask why you are not using it? I only use it for taxi, really. However, let me just see if my discount code still works. If you end up if you are going to buy it anyway, via the Toby website, it could save you some money potentially with a discount code if it's still activated. I'll just double check. Does it work? Have a coupon? Perhaps? Let's see. Yes, it does still work. There you go. If you do want to use it, then click that link, toby.gg/BritishAvGeek, and then at checkout use the code BritishAvGeek, and that will get you 5% off, which is about 15 quid. A couple of coffees, every little helps. I mean, some people use it all the time. Sense tanks are getting nearly empty. Keep an eye on that. Yeah, for military jets it's great, Justin. Just thought actually, let's have a quick pop in. suppose those textures could be a bit nicer, couldn't they? Like the little, all of these bits of the overhead, but I wouldn't personally dwell on it that much. Because how often do you look in the cabin? You don't look at that button. Somebody mentioned it earlier on, saying the button around there looked really rough. It does, yeah. Those textures aren't that great at all, to be honest, but it's hard to know whether or not that is going to be the final version of the release, where they tweak it, or if they're going to tweak something else prior to release within it. I don't know. But I mean, typically if you're in the cabin, it's just set a custom view like this that looks out, so I don't really mind that too much. I don't really look at the vents in too much detail. Don't forget as well, if you are new and you're watching in the background, in the description there is a link to Contrail with a one-off code for everybody to use once. Gets you 10% off your order with Contrail. And there's a couple of affiliate links for Contrail as well, for like the Italic Madeira that's included in the video today. So yeah, any purchases using my link with Contrail is an easy way of supporting the channel at no extra cost. I still haven't got the A340, but I'm hearing good things about it, to be honest. Just noticed it's on an email saying update 5 is out, but yeah, you know, I'd rather Microsoft Flight Simulator solves, you see down there on the ocean, tiles, like a little gridding line over there. I'd rather msfs / Asobo fix that sort of stuff. Because when you're looking out the windows, that's what you can see, right? There we go, there's another one. See that? Tile. It's a bit naff. Lewis, hello. So if you own the PMDG 737-800 in Microsoft Flight Simulator 2020, there will be a very small upgrade fee, but I don't know what that fee is going to be. They've described it as the price of a couple of coffees. I don't know if that is BP petrol station Wild Bean Cafe prices, if it's Cafe Nero / Starbucks, or if it's artisan organic hand-picked bean coffee. Don't know. Nobody knows, but I don't think it's going to be that much. I think it'll be a couple of quid. I've guesstimated $10. But we'll have to wait and see over the next couple of weeks. Yeah, I definitely think they're trying to target a release before Christmas. I think they're looking to get it out in the next 2 weeks or so, providing nothing big comes up. Or yeah, if Sim Update 4 releases, then I suppose the question there is Sim Update 4 going to break a load of aeroplanes? And if so, does that then delay the release? Who knows? We'll have to wait and see for that specifically, really. I've heard Sim Update 4 is imminent, so yeah, we'll have to see what happens. $7.37 for an upgrade fee would be quite expected, I think. I don't know if it would go down very well, Brian, if they did that as like a humorous upgrade fee, because I think you'd get the people that you would get in the forums kicking off about how they're taking the mickey. setting nominal fees like that. Whereas I think if they went for $10, people would go, oh well, it's $10, or $5, oh it's $5. But $7.37 could well be the figure actually, because it is roughly the price of a couple of coffees, isn't it? So yeah, it could be. Mini-cockpit have just today released that overhead panel, Justin says. Yeah, well actually that's reminded me, I've got my hands on the Rouse Fire overhead panel. Mainly because I've watched a fair few people, content creators, who have got their hands on it for free, like I've just done. And they have sung its praise about how great it looks, but it's about $350 US, and I think it looks crap. so I've managed to get my hands on it to do a genuine review, like I always do, of what I actually truly think about that product given its price. Especially because it doesn't really look like a properly well put together overhead panel. It looks like they've just found space to put random things in different random places. So I don't know the answer to that question, Badger. What happens when people purchase the 737-800 through the marketplace? Yeah, that I'm not sure. I'm hoping, Justin, that I can get the video done on the Rouse Fire in the next couple of weeks. I think it's important people know what it's truly like, if it's good, if it's bad, what build quality is like. That's why I like Winwing stuff, because it's built really well and priced exceptionally well. Can't go wrong. And for some reason I moaned about the price of Mini Cockpit and explained why I favoured Winwing more, and that made Mini Cockpit stop wanting to work with me. So they kind of slammed the door shut, because I was honest about my thoughts around price versus quality in build and all that sort of stuff. So it's, yeah, it's interesting that a lot of these companies don't really like true honesty. Yeah, did you see my video of the Wingflex RMP, Justin? It's a nice bit of kit, but it's got a lot of problems. Although allegedly they potentially have solved, on the version I've got, I can just pull the buttons off. They're not fixed on at all very well. But I fed that back to them and they've apologised and said that they're sorting it out with a view to making sure that that stops. That they have like fixed bits, but yeah, it is it. All of the Wingflex products are quite expensive, I agree. So we've got 1 hour to go, 1 hour 10 minutes precisely until our estimated landing time. If there is anything you want to see in and outside of this aeroplane, let me know. We can walk through the cabin and venture and check things out and explore and all that sort of stuff if you want to see. When we get on the ground, we will have a look inside the cargo belly as well, potentially. Just have you used the GSX toilet cleaners yet? No. I'd actually forgotten that they had added that in. Shall we trigger those when we get to Madeira and see what they do? Please don't let me forget, we'll have a look. Hello, Rob. Probably not. We probably can. We've got the altitude for it, but I won't try. Some good wins at Madeira, Sali. QNH1023, oh yeah. Let's get that off. I knew I'd get sidetracked and forget about that. Turn those pumps off. Was it QNH1023? I'm on sim update 3, James. What else can we configure ready for our approach? We don't really need the VORs, but we could tune them anyway. 1122. Set that one up as a backup. Maybe add Porto Santo in there, which is 1149. In case we need to divert for fuel. Yeah, 122. Peace is good. Okay, thanks. I suspect beta causes issues with the A350 as in it loads and no cockpit. I've heard a few people say the same thing actually. I tend to, it's very exciting having a beta, but I tend to stay away from them. I just let everyone else break their own sims and be the test pilots. I tend to, more often than not, stick with just the standard release version. Nightshade says, are you planning on getting the WinWing ATC radio panels from Boeing when they release? It depends. If I'm honest, I don't currently have the budget for it, but if they want to send me them for reviews, then I'm happy to. I've got so much stuff really when I think about it. I'm looking around the room and I've got my WinWing MCP and EFIS to match this entire panel. I've got the entire lot. And I've got the FMS, I've got the WingFlex RMP cube, I've got the WingFlex A320 FCU cube, and I've got the WinWing MCDU. I think I've got the EFIS as well, the Airbus one as well. I don't actually. I've got a lot of tech just sat around. I should probably do something with them. Justin, yeah, so when I went down to Gatwick and flew Infinity Sim Wings, for those of you who remember that, that was basically a full Sklarky flight deck. Both sides, captain and first officer. Phenomenal quality, amazing. That was such a good experience as well. I think my codes are still live actually, for what it's worth. Yeah, it was. It was one of the coolest things I've done for a while, to be fair. I was really happy to be the first person to go and check it out. I think some other people have been since, to be fair. But a very expensive package, so I think they're struggling to kind of get people buying experiences, because it's like £300, £400, £500 effectively, so it's quite a lot of money. Lucas, thanks for subscribing, buddy. Welcome aboard. Yeah, James, I would say I'm surprised, because whilst Mini Cockpit is really good, they are exceptionally expensive when you compare what you get with WinWing being near enough like the same for like half the price. There's a huge difference. And they've got a much wider product base as well, so you just download the SimApp Pro with WinWing and you can buy a load of Airbus bits, a load of Boeing bits, you can use the one program to power it all, and it's bloody brilliant. Yeah, it is good. It is good. Yeah, Justin, how come you never really fly the 737 that much? Out of curiosity. Because I feel like you get a lot more out of the sim, personally anyway, flying the Boeing 737s, with them being a lot more hands-on. Hand flying, for example, is a totally different beast in the Boeing 737 compared to the Airbus. God, that's good going, Brian. Wow. Top descent markers on the screen. Hopefully within the next 2 weeks, James. Won't have to wait much longer. Typically if we're previewing them now, a number of different creators, then we're very, very, very close, aren't we? So it should be good. And hopefully WinWing update their MCP and EFIS quite quickly to be compatible with the 737-800, because currently this bit here, my WinWing version of this doesn't work. But my FMS, my 737 does. WinWing. So it does show that they are working on it. Fair enough, Dustin. Norwegian, it depends on the rest of your spec, mate. Oh, we've got control on 31325. You watch us get slowed down now. 25, or get told to expect to hold at Pillim. Which is why I added extra fuel for today. 1, 2, 1, 3, 1. Lisbon Control, good afternoon. Channel X15 Lima Kilo, so flight up 390, Mac 7 bound Baden.
Channel X15 Lima Kilo, Lisbon Control, good evening, identified.
Oh, crikey, James, sounds like you've been through a lot.
I
probably think next week, Shadow. But it's impossible to tell. It just depends on when they think it's ready.
EDGS 213, maintaining flight level 350,
I think Winwing are creating an overhead panel from memory.
EC221 is for control. Good evening, guys. Identified. Proceed direct level 1 Papa, that's the captain 05.
Direct to Lidro for ED2213.
Okay, two station at 1. 598 calling.
Osprey 598.
Yeah, that is the shipping and the pre-order stuff with moving is the biggest frustration, I would agree there actually. Some people wait for a very long time for the pre-order, don't they?
Outside 598 is for control good afternoon identified. Proceed direct to last 1.
Fly high, welcome. My msfs 2024 is reloading since he's installed the Flubber White A380.
Are you able to just mark the my A3?
Always in the 97% of the club. Try just uninstalling the A380 and see what happens. It's a monster welcome.
Looks of 771 is for control. Good afternoon, identified. Lead 01 Papa, then become 05.
Lead 01 Papa, runway 05, before adjustment to 1 again.
How's that? I've tweaked the gain a little bit. Just slightly. It depends on what browser and app and things you're watching as well. I find if you're watching on Apple, you'll have a different experience if you're watching on Google phones, and if you're watching on Edge versus Chrome, lots of different, yeah. Lots of different browsers and things causing different experiences.
Correction leader 1 Papa run and we're flight level 2 customer.
Pitbed 91 Charlie November is 1 Ida, good afternoon, identified. Alpha 77 Mike Papa is 1 control, good evening, set walk 5266.
Did you say Ascot?
Squawk 5266, Spree 77 Mike Papa.
Oh no, that's Osprey. Big. Look at this. Look at that squadron of aeroplanes making their way towards Madeira. Although interestingly, LPCC West is there, it literally stops at Babham. And then it's Unicom again. So it's kind of like pointless. Maybe Madeira will come on. Tony, yeah, I think so. But only if you can run 4K, right? So with my setup and my screen is a 4K Sony Bravia gaming monitor, for example, with that I can run the sim in native 4K and it's just brilliant.
Can I have a 267 check microphone please, right leg, outside 77 Mike Papa, confirm squawking 5266.
Squawk 5266, very 77 Mike Papa.
Sounds like you've already tried it before, okay. But in fairness, I've heard Sim Update 4 Beta is exceptionally good on performance, so apparently it's going to effectively like make the sim super smooth and really good on frames, so it might well be from Sim Update 4 onwards, which your system will be fine, but I think maybe your RAM's a little low. I've got 64 gigabytes of DDR5 RAM, for example. Got quite a good speed, so if you're going to do anything, get some more RAM. Try and get at least 32 gig of RAM.
Leader 1 Papa arrival on 905, Boston 7 Papa.
As per 598, nothing better when I go Unico for light.
Boston 9, QC from well, to display.
Aaron, good afternoon.
Nice to you.
If I'm not overrun, I think the kind of escape level 350 is bounce back in. Rhino 62 Charlie Whiskey, this one right now, good afternoon, identify. Proceed directly, ledger 1 Papa, let's come with your 5.
Well, if you can get 64 gig of RAM, Norwegian Avgeek,
Then
then you'll be golden. Just make sure that the RAM is compatible with the rest of your system, whether it's DDR4 or DDR5, that kind of thing. So yeah, try and just make sure you get a RAM that's compatible, but get one with a good clock speed on it. And if you can, get two 32 gig RAM cards to whack into your computer. 64 gig will give you plenty of headroom then. I've had 64 gig of DDR5 RAM for quite some time, and it gives the sim enough headroom so I can run at 4K, native 4K, consistently at 60 frames per second locks. And I cap it at 60 frames per second so that the sim isn't just, the computer's not chasing frames all the time. It just sits at 60, caps itself, and it's not constantly fiddling around with resourcing. But if you can get 64, it all depends on the budget. You can get 64, get two 32 gig cards to make you 64 gigabytes. Crikey Badger, wow, 96 gig of RAM. Oh, Gary, do you mean like iCloud and Google Drive?
Unicom 1 to decimal is select 771, thank you, bye-bye.
Got you.
Channel 153 Kilo, Mach 77 or less for sequence.
Max 77 or less for sequencing, Channel 15 Lima Kilo.
Alpha 77 Mike Papa, Mach 81 or greater.
Mach 181 or greater. 310 Mike Papa.
Christ, I didn't know that much. That's crazy, Flying Panda. Why is that the case? Because I've heard graphics cards have shot down in price loads. I didn't know RAM had gone up. Price. Wow.
Unicom 680 was 310 Mike Papa.
Control, climate 2075.
Climate 075, Bitcoin radar, hello, 44771.
No, 6,000 will be fine. That'll be fine. We'll keep that as it is. Keep it simple. Come on, let's go.
075
Fly Tim bought the Dodge Doodles gaming PC, 9950 X3D CPU with a ROG motherboard, 590 ROG, 64 gig of 6000 RAM. Wowzers. super fast SSD, 32-inch 4K, BT4, and occasionally still stutters.
Flight 2075 identified, cleared Zulu 3 Bravo, arrival, runway 20.
God, James, that's phenomenally good. Look at that for a spec. Yeah, maybe that is part of it, the whole AI boom. They're buying all of the RAM they can get their hands on.
Good evening, Portugal Control, we're in Airport 3 Echo, flight level 340, en route to Madeira, 350 miles away.
Final 43 Airport is runway down hello 40702.
I'm trying to think who he's sequencing, either ahead or behind me now. So I'm passing Babum now. Quick fuel check. 6.6 tons. 7.1.
Final 43 Echo, identified,
500.
expect the last one Papa, landing number 05.
Can you repeat please for an Airport 3 Echo?
Final 43 Echo, cleared run 1 Papa.
Cleared Rocky 2-1 Papa. Right now for trip.
That'll do. We'll do order brake 1 with manual brakes.
153 kilo, nothing better, monitor Unicorn 1 decimal, bye.
Unicorn for Chanix 150 Lima Kilo, thanks. Goodbye. Tailwind for us. So Osprey 598 is inbound for 1542Z. 77 Mike Papa is inbound at 1546. LGL looks there 771 at 1548. He's pushed me back to 1550. With Ryanair 43 Echo 4 minutes behind me. 4 minutes after that, Justin. 6 minutes after that, Ian. Wowzers. 4 minutes after Ian, the Ryanair from Dublin. And then there's a nice little gap in arrivals. So from 1530, there's one arrival from Gibraltar. Then from MPS's arrival at 1542Z, there's basically an arrival every 5 minutes for about an hour. "14 arrivals inbound." Brilliant. Kevin, welcome. Hello, mate. Is there a video of you programming the 737-800? Is it nice and slow? I can't really program it right. Are you using SimBrief? Ben Gilner, actually I don't know the answer to that question, mate. I suspect they're specific to the real world versions. They're probably blended. Wink. You're not using SimBrief. What do you use to plan your flight then? Because that's the easiest way. Can't change the winglets in the options, no. For that spec tip, I hope he is stutter-free. Maybe his computer's running too fast. Yeah, so you're using SimBrief, Kevin. So you have a SimBrief username, right? So even if you don't have a Navigraph subscription, go into your EFB, electronic flight bag, settings, and then your SimBrief username, the alias you want to type in there, and then hit save. Once you've done that, when you plan your route on SimBrief on your iPad, what you'll be able to do is on the main page, if you press the home button there, you go electronic flight bag. It's the first page you're greeted with. You can press request new data from SimBrief, and it will pull all of the information in from your iPad, from your SimBrief account, into this flight tablet. Once you've done that, and I can't really show you because we're in flight, but you can go into route, and then there's a button that says route request. Click route request, and then it should say on the next screen like your flight that you're doing, and then it should say SimBrief route. Click the one that says SimBrief route, and it will load up another page with your fuel, your weight, and it's basically lots of different buttons. And you'll want to click the one on the bottom left that says import payload or load payload, and then there's another one on the right, I think, that either says payload or fuel. You want to click that one that says load fuel or import fuel, and then below that there's another one that says load route or import route. You want to then click that. So you click the one on the bottom left first to load your fuel or your payload, then the one on the right hand side that says fuel or payload, and below that then the third one you click is the load route option. And then it will sit there and do stuff for a minute, just don't click anything, and eventually you'll see it will say load route. So you click that, it will go back to your route page, and then you'll see execute illuminate, and you click that button there, and you'll see all of your load is done. Your fuel should match the fuel that you have set in your SimBrief flight plan, and all of your route should be in your legs page. And then you can go to departures and arrivals and set up your standard instrument departure, your SID, or your star for the arrival later on, and then you can go into all of your other pages, like your performance pages, things like that, to make sure that you've got all of that set up properly as well. And there should be, where it says data link voice, you will see it say perf init request. Now click that and let it load, and then press execute when it goes white button at the bottom here. Hopefully that's enough to get you started. It's hard to show you when I'm in flight, unfortunately, because a lot of the menu options vanish. Just going to change the landing elevation. So what we've got, 1023, and we're expected to be about 500 kilos heavier. So we'll go for 60.6. I'll do 60.7, I'll add another 100. And then flat 40, 134. And don't forget folks, we're going to have, we've got new sounds in the back, tweaked from the build that I did on the preview video on Monday just gone, where we're going to have lots of spoiler, flap, lift, drag, sound curves and things like that to listen out for. So we'll try and listen out for those on the descent if we can, and then prior to us setting up for the approach. Big thank you to everyone who's hit the like button so far today. Appreciate it. I'm just going to show you this. I have absolutely no idea how we are all going to sequence ourselves in nicely. Because that is a mess of aeroplanes. While we're here actually, I've just reminded myself, I want to check something out. I don't know if it's going to let me see it. Let's go here. I want to look at, yes, Rogers Data VFR Charts EU. Look at this. So this is a brand new feature in Navigraph for EU flying. They've now got, like in America, sectional VFR charts. My goodness, look at this. Wow. If they've got the UK. No way, they do. This changes everything. Bryce. Benson's Mats. Wickham Air Park. There's Denham. An absolute bugger flying in and out of there because it's underneath the Heathrow TMA. That's really cool. Senate 40. Oh, Channel, are you the Speedbird? You're off down there below my wing somewhere. It is multi-pilot. I don't know if it's worth us, rather than joining the hold, if we just send ourselves in a couple of minutes apart and we just see if we can make it work. all it'll take is one go around though to bugger everything up. Madeira is brilliant, isn't it? What a route. I actually wanted to do like Manchester to Samos or Skiathos, but there's no good Skiathos scenery for msfs 2024. There's a great Samos scenery, but no real routes from the UK. So I would ordinarily want to use Osprey, but because the new 737-800 has got all these new model tweaks, exterior and interior, the liveries all need converting into msfs 2024 for Osprey. So Tapsi's ready and waiting for the release to get our virtual airline liveries up to date with this. But I thought, well, what's next? It's either Gibraltar or Madeira. I was like, we'll do Madeira. Native Flight Sim says, just curious, can the Winwing Airbus autopilot panel work with Boeing? So there was something in Simat Pro. Christ, hold on, I hope I don't break it. Let me just read some updates. Because there was something recently. So the PFP 4 and 7 device, which is the 747 and the 777 style FMS devices, I think, they now support the Phoenix A320 and MSFS 2020. The MCDU for Airbus supports the 737-900 and the 900ER in 2020, and the MCDU device for Airbus from Winwing now supports the iFly 737 MAX 8 in 2020 and 2024. It also, that's all 2020, 2020, 2020, explain. Yes, it does sound like they are rolling out the cross-platform support, the multi-aircraft support sort of thing. That looks there is getting quite close. Right, what are we going down to at Pilim? Pilim 3000, so we'll just set that. Now VNAV path, FMC speed. And I need to set my minimums. We'll set 5,000 first, actually, just in case we do need to stack. And RMP Vision Approach 05, RMP Alpha minimum 940. Christ. That's one hell of a wind. that was nice and easy. 940. Here we go. Right, multi-pilot. Luxair 771 is going to land after you. He's going to land 1 minute after you. So good luck to you. And then I'm going to land 1 minute after him. I think it sounds like we're all just going to send it. Just, oh, brilliant. Right, let's set 3. Brian, amazing. What service? And what trade, out of curiosity, if you don't mind me asking. Chris, good morning to you in Mexico. Thanks, buddy. Huge fan of the videos, very helpful as well. Cheers, he says. You're very welcome. I hope you're having a good day. Army Chef Epic. Just going back up to the chat, actually, somebody mentioned Moby Flight. That is a good question as well, actually. So Canadian Flight Simmers ask about the WinWing stuff. You can, like Brian says, use Moby Flight to configure all of them to work together. That's one way of doing it. Quite a lot of people are doing that with good success, but I haven't tried it because I worry about breaking it. Not really, Night Shadow. I think Madeira is supposed to be 10 minutes or 5 minutes, but we'll be alright. We'll figure it out. Winds are back in the Madeira though. 040 at 6 now, variable 010 and 070 degrees. H1023. Which is where now we're going to be higher than we think. So we've got 10 hectopascals, which is 300 feet of difference. 1 hectopascal equals 30 feet in pressure altitude. That's the difference between QNH1013. I think that's the Lux ahead of us now. Depends on what you get, what you fly the most. Canadian Flight Simulator to be fair as well. I think you're always in the Boeings I would say predominantly get the Boeing kit, and then hopefully either get Moby Flight and work out a way to make it compatible, or wait for Wing to make them cross-compatible themselves. Near miss is near miss indeed. Got to on a rushed landing. That will be alright. Copernicus, welcome. Thankfully this aircraft is bloody brilliant, so if anything goes wrong it will be a skill issue more than anything else. I've asked that looks guy not to slow down too much. Chilled, what does it look like? Let's have a look. Pretty decent, mate, to be honest. Little bits here and there, look. Yeah, they've done a lot of updating with it, to be fair. Redone a lot of the textures. Really good carpet. That's your thing. You've got window blinds that can now open and close. There's a lot going on. You've got auto cabin lights, things like that, which are also now controllable by a FAT, flight attendant paddle, here. Then click that and it triggers a load of sounds and things like that to make people panic that you're going to open the door. Let's just shut this for a second. There we go. Now this is a preview of the release doing soon. Yeah, that's fair enough. Got loads of new sounds at the back as well. You can hear the pumps, the hydraulics, the flap curves, like the noises from the flap systems are a lot better now as well. Wing flex nicely improved. Hey Mathis, welcome. We're still doing some tweaks. Question actually, Mathis, that you may or may not be able to help with. Apologies if I'm ambushing you with this. A couple of people have asked today if they've purchased the aircraft via the MSFS marketplace, how do they upgrade if they want to? I'm assuming that they would have to wait for the release of the marketplace to then buy the upgrade through the marketplace, right? But I wasn't 100% sure. There we go. So if you've, much like some of the other aeroplanes that are released previously into the newer sim, you'll see a pop-up saying there's like a upgrade, and then you'll be able to get the discounted price via the marketplace if you bought via there. Not long to go. Let's revisit the charts, folks. So we are going to be committed to the RMP Alpha runway 05, which brings us into Madeira 566, that little RNAV waypoint there, before we begin a visual approach into Madeira's runway 05. Winds are fairly calm at the moment. Headwind of about 6 knots and a very minimal, fairly non-existent crosswind actually. So currently conditions are really favourable. The only consideration is the fact that the winds are backing and veering. Quite variable between 010 and 070 degrees, but predominantly that headwind is going to help us on that final approach. We've set some fixed rings in place, so that there being about 3 miles, that's one of the fixed rings that I've placed. I'm going to try and stay on that curve as we make our way in towards the coastline as best as we can, and we descend through 566 to about 1,000 feet, and I'll hold that 1,000 feet to the base turn, I think, if I can. Then we'll start to descend in the turn and allow the aeroplane to kind of just slip and descend as we move in. Wings level ideally around 1 mile to final, minimum of 460 feet barometric altitude, which is 314 feet above the ground. And we're going to use auto brake 1, but then revert to manual brakes after touchdown with maximum reversers on 05 to try and achieve vacating at Bravo, but if not, we'll have to extend down to this turning point and then do a small backtrack onto Bravo and then parking up at the apron. The considerations for some heavier braking is the fact that we've got another, well, we're sandwiched at the moment within quite a merry little fly along of aircraft all flying in at the same time from various locations, including all of our little squadron flying in from Manchester. And it's already very busy at Madeira currently. Good luck to everyone flying in. We'll try and vacate and spot your landings as well. Yeah, it's never pretty, is it, Mathis? to be fair. But it's always good fun. It's always good fun. I always think it's a good test of like bit of pressure and all that sort of stuff. But it's a really good way of assessing how an aeroplane flies in the sim, in hand flight, flying a circuit, which is quite tricky in its execution as well. So very exciting. I look forward to it as always. 390 airport landing elevation is all set. That's all set and checked. And VOR2 set to Funchal. Might set 049. Snap that across. So we'll track Funchal directly, 50 miles to the Funchal VOR, so about 65 track miles to touchdown. What is auto brake, Night Shadow? So auto brake is this dial here, effectively. So before you take off, you set it to RTO, which is rejected takeoff. So when you're rolling down the runway, if something happens, you get a master caution, you need to terminate and stop. You need to effectively bring the throttles to idle, and it will then apply maximum brakes. You can engage your reverse thrust and things like that as well. So the braking system on RTO will recognise you've aborted the takeoff and will apply maximum brakes for you. One of the considerations there is you'll then get your brakes heat up very quickly, and you might get brake soak where the heat from the brakes kind of gradually increases over time, even it's certainly if you're not moving, there's no airflow through the braking system. So something to consider before you then commit to taking off again. And then you've got, for landing, lots of different braking modes. So you can either leave it off, and then you have to touch down and brake manually yourself. You can set 1, 2, 3 or max depending on short runways, icing conditions, if the runway's wet. So it depends on what you're doing. In fact, Harry of all people potentially might be able to have, seeing as he's just done his type rating on this, might be able to offer a more precise explanation better than I can, but it effectively gives you different braking levels on what you set. So auto brake 1 is the lowest amount of braking automatically. Maximum brakes is obviously like, think of it as like you're trying to do an emergency stop in its simplest terms. And Harry's saying there that the RTO for the auto brake only kicks in above 88 knots, otherwise it's manual brakes only, less than that. Matthew says he thinks he saw 330 driver fly it perfectly, just one continuous smooth turn.
Madeira traffic, Black Sierra 771, passing flight level 120, inbound Mike Alpha 534, 8
So that's
miles.
him. So we've got 10.5, 11 miles of separation. Just keeping an eye on that aircraft on TCAS there who's flying towards us. But he's 1,000 above and climbing, so he's probably going to go like that. And that is Porto Santo down below, I believe. Oh, that's Vila Valero. Yeah, Porto Santo, which is a typical diversion area for Madeira, but it gets pretty windy or messy. Yeah, any old liveries, so like we said earlier on, the virtual airline liveries that we've got for Osprey Airways will need to be redone to be compatible with the newer Microsoft Flight Simulator 2024 formats.
Madeira traffic,
For example.
Osprey Center might have a change, really not directly to not hold it to them, and we'll check on a Zulu 4 later 5 direction vector.
Just keeping an eye on his little diamond there. He starts to approach 10 DME. I'm going to have to start slowing it down, but the aeroplane's already nice and slow. 239 knots. Oops. Getting sidetracked. When do I not? I feel like it's all the time because I'm simming less than I used to. That's all good, that's all set. Landing elevation's good, aircraft's depressurising quite nicely. Seatbelt signs are on, fuel's good. Now I think the last time I did this, we were in the Airbus, so one of the things for me to think about in this is it's more hands-on. It's a Boeing 737, so I'm going to disengage the auto throttle, hand fly manage the throttles itself, and hand fly the jet.
Good luck.
As best as I can. I'm going to disregard the hold because if I go into the hold now, the 10 other people behind me are going to catch up. But what I'm going to do is set 220 knots, and then we're going to go to, which one? This one. Let's have a listen briefly to speed brake. Much more of a shh noise now. There's fog over the mountains in Madeira for multipilot. It does say minimal VFR for me actually on Navigraph. There we go, so the altitude is going to jump higher because we are... Just put the speed brake in flight to 10. Into the cloud, folks. We're blind. I'll put terrain mode on for a sec. I'm worried, Chris, that I forgot to delete the default scenery. I think I have. But then after I started the stream it dawned on me, actually I can't remember if I did. We'll find out. If we get a massive smash down thing on the runway, then we'll know why. 210. Madeira traffic, Chunix 15 Lima kilos inbound, Boeing 737-800s, QNH 1023 currently 5,000 feet, descending 3,000 via Pilim for the RMP Alpha runway 05. No hold at Pilim, will report downwind for the visual approach, RMP 05, Madeira. Make sure we've got that set back to 30. Gonna keep it going to 1.
Madeira traffic 377 Mike Papa is about 2.5 miles from the first approach fix. Runway 05, chickens on approach speed 143 knots, and we'll begin the RNAV 05 runway Madeira traffic.
Okay, Pilim. Let's go flaps 1. Well, let's go flaps 5. Oh, these clouds are a bit thick, aren't they? Christ. Good grief, what are we flying into? What are we flying into? Oh, what a reveal though. Wow. Arcs on Flight Simulator 2024 is just bloody brilliant, isn't it? Look at that. Absolutely superb. Grab a quick screenshot of that for Elevatex. Flaps 5 in green, auto brake 1, landing pressure set, that's all good. Anti-ice systems are off. Signs, pumps.
Madeira traffic on 500, vacated runway 2500.
Madeira traffic. Janix 15 Lima Kilo is now entering the downwind, runway 05.
Madeira traffic, Delta 377 Mike Papa, turning the final runway 05.
Where's the bloody Luxembourg guy gone? Oh, he's flying some random pattern. He's gone off over that way. Chuffineck. Well, he's not even in the pattern now. So, what the? Good old VATSIM. Right, heading select. If you're behind me, you might want to think about pilling. Madeira traffic, Janix 15 Lima Kilos doing a left-hand orbit on the downwind, 1,000 feet due to traffic. Sort out that deceleration curve there. That ruddy Luxembourg. Something.
Maybe Alpha.
Madeira traffic, Lexia 771, passing Mike Alpha 552, just number 2 for landing behind Bravo 6 377 Mike Papa and Madeira.
What did he say? Was that 552? Yeah, so he's basically now he's flown out of the pattern and he's just flown straight towards me. Good old VATSIM. This is the only decent resolution that we could do, I think, otherwise we would have had a bigger problem for ourselves. So we'll set this, I'll route back towards 565. Madeira traffic, Janix 15 Lima Kilo on the downwind, turning back into the circuit, 1,000 feet, 05 to land, number 3.
Madeira traffic, Lexia 771, final approach runway 05.
Keeping an eye on that ruddy hill.
Zero traffic,
Right.
13,
Feel like I'm going to get myself back now.
turning right, and we'll announce exit of Madeira.
Okay, looking like we're okay with that.
Clear.
Just about worked out nicely on that turn. 160, 61, 34, 139. Bit of a crosswind taking us in, so I'm just going to sort out that. Make sure we don't creep towards the airport. Go down flap 15.
Madeira traffic,
Right, have to really concentrate now, folks.
213, welcome to hold at Fulham. Stepping from flight level.
He's gone right behind
step
MP.
down.
He's literally landed at the same time.
Madeira traffic,
Yeah, literally.
771, runway 05, engage
Jeez. Right, my throttles. Let's get rid of that. I want 139, wasn't it? Get down 3 green, dogs going wild. My controls. Let's bring the speed down. Brake arms. Continue. Madeira traffic channel X15 Lima kilos, right base, turning final 05. Full flat.
Alexa 771, taxi to gate outside 07.
A little bit of power in there.
Madeira traffic.
It's looking better. Full flaps, flaps 40 in green, and landing gear is down in green. This way you need 2 pilots. There's the leading lights.
Caution, terrain.
I didn't turn GPWS off.
Caution, terrain. Caution, terrain. Caution, terrain. Caution, terrain. Caution, terrain. Caution, terrain.
Don't worry about all of that stuff.
Terrain. Terrain, terrain.
Crosswind's pushing us towards the airfield.
Terrain, terrain.
I'm going to disregard that because it's going to trick us otherwise.
Madeira in airport vehicle, dual station enabled to reach land.
We're going well for them. Dual engine failure, crikey. 7 knot crosswind pushing us into land. 8 knot, 9 knot. Quite variable.
500.
Speed. Oh, Christ. Is that an Asobo, Madeira? It bloody well is. Look at that. That's gnarly.
50, 30,
Looking ahead.
20, 10.
Whoa. Oh, and there's a bump. Let me just get the nose wheel up a second. This is going to be messy. Whoa. F in Asobo. Well, we vacated a Bravo. I'm sure I uninstalled that. Poor aeroplane. Channel X15 Lima kilos vacated. Chris had the similar. Yeah, I wonder if anyone else is going to have the same sort of thing. How stupid.
Traffic, 2213, maintaining hold, 10 through 5,000, 4,000.
I've got no idea what stands for free. We're just going to have to ride up to one and see what happens. Right, let's go. Thank goodness that wasn't on New Sky though. Imagine if we were tracking that. I'd have been absolutely devastated. Right, where are we? Just Caution. Oh, Chris back out. Oh, God. Poor aeroplane. Let's get these flaps up. Let's have a quick zoom in. Ah, see the little rods spinning away? Terrain, traffic, taxi.
Madeira.
APU, that's so frustrating. I'm sorry about that, folks. It's probably quite entertaining for you guys to watch, to be fair. Less so for me to do. Ah well, at least PMDG wasn't watching, eh? Oh god. What's this one? Stand down for 10.
Zero traffic.
That'll do.
213, maintaining 230, 220 knots, and flight level 4000.
Broadway?
At Talon.
Go with that.
Madeira.
That's all good, that's all good. They're off, that's all set. That's all done. They're off. That's all good. Lovely job. Let's turn her in. Yeah, there we go, there's the marshaller. There's the window for you folks. Yeah, it's done, so I know. Turn that on. Good, yeah. I just suddenly dawned on me, I thought, I wonder if I'm painting in with radar. I'm conscious this is a custom profile, but it's two airports whacked into one, so actually it might not be a particularly accurate profile. Let's see where it stops us. Closer than it is. Let's just see what happens. I have little faith in this guy. Stop. Yeah, that's it. The aircraft repo guys will be here soon. Those sounds. Let's pop that there actually, so let's put it. Post this first. Put that there. Ground ops. Stairs. Let's call the maintenance van. Probably should. What a mess. The ground power. And let's get GSX to disembark people. Was that Arnold Schwarzenegger?
Madeira traffic, 2213 entering final circuit hold at Pelham. Maintaining 3000, speed
My poor aeroplane.
knots. Will advise when exit Madeira.
Look at that. Absolute mess of a runway. Crikey. Takes the leading lights there.
Zero traffic, Osprey 2472, turning back to runway 05. Zero traffic.
Who's coming in next? Because you're going to be stuck doing circuits forever otherwise, Justin. If you're in the hold. Yeah, get yourself turning in, Justin. Because you've got another 5 aircraft inbound. It's very busy here today. Yeah, so you missed the carnage. Let's reset the drone camera view a second. Here comes Ian. It's always good into Madeira, isn't it? We're probably going to have to do it again soon now without the broken runway. Or the two sceneries. Because I've 100% I've had a Telic installed for what, since release now? I'm 100% certain I've always had the deactivated Asobo version. But it must have re-enabled itself. Norwegian Navigation GSX is a one-time purchase. Somebody's still got a speed brake out. We've lost another! No, he's down. Looking good. He's in the 737-800 in msfs 2020, I think, by the looks of it. Now a World Cargo livery. There's that horrible bump that buggered us there. Look at that, that's gnarly. The silly thing is, if we were on 05, on the other way, it would have been fine, but it's just this... Look at that.
And Madeira traffic, Osprey 2472 is exit active runway at Bravo, taxi to the gate.
296 Funchal Whiskey, joining base and final runway 05 Madeira.
We'll call for the cleaners as well, because there's probably all sorts of vomit and everything else in the back after that touchdown that we did. It's one of the worst things to have happened to me for a long time on this channel, I think. Additional services. Cleaning will be available after deboarding. Yeah, teeth, brain matter,
Traffic,
unconscious people from the crash.
hold at kill him. Setting 2000.
Yeah, the model matching issues because of the thing. If the silly thing is, if we disconnect and reconnect, it will now reappear. Oh, there we go. Bam. So msfs 2024 just still now, after a year and a bit, doesn't understand the kind of like logic with landing gear. Frustratingly. It's a shame because I kind of wanted to show you this, right? Underneath, with the italic scenery, they've got all this really nice stuff. Including the go-kart track.
Madeira traffic 962 Charlie Whiskey and final runway 05 Madeira.
Here comes the next victim of the double cliff runway. The sad thing is, the landing actually initially was quite good, I thought. Let's get the cleaners. VATSIM's being a bit funky today by the looks of it as well. Actually, thinking about it, if you were tracking on New Sky, Chris, I reckon it would have registered the landing. Oh, you got the bump as well then, whoever that Ryanair was. Though he managed to slow himself down quicker. There's the cleaners.
Return to sleep on board, but stop.
I've not seen this before, GSX. Oh, he's got his Hoover as well. I love how they took months working on an update that just brings cleaners and a map, nothing else. They didn't solve the stupid logic around LOCYD, please, thanks. The logic around the way that it's connects to jetties and stuff like that, for example.
Flight level of 2000, maintaining 160 knots for the RNAV approach runway 05 Madeira.
So what do they actually do? Oh, yeah, that's it. Spray the lights. Yeah, brilliant. You know, that looks... It's realistic. Yeah, I've done that bit.
Madeira Ryanair 62 Charlie Whiskey, evacuating runway 05 by Bravo Madeira.
Having a little chat, yeah. It's so random. I think if you've got If you're doing like short sectors, it's pretty cool, I think. If you're doing like a big sector like this, completely pointless. What do you guys think then? PMDG 737-800 for Microsoft Flight Simulator 2024. Or in the chat, wait for Justin to touch down. He's on the downwind leg somewhere. Let us know what you think in the chat. If you want to see anything in particular. Ooh, I know, cargo hold. Oh, I'm in the plane. Ruddy heck. Ruddy drone camera. Let me just slow it down. I'm having a mare. Maybe that landing gave me a TBI. Nice. Ta-da! What the heck is that? Is that like a Segway thing? A little inspection of the engine. Somebody asked me the other day, are the fan blades numbered? No. But look at that, the detail though in the engine. Amazing. Boot. The forward hold. Have a little look at the front of the landing gear. Go around the front end. Oh, there's a Roddy GSX tug in the way. Smashed to smithereens, those. And I think it said nose cone, didn't it, somewhere? Maybe not in this one. Equipment hatch. What's there? Ooh. We get in? Jeep balls. Nice.
Madeira traffic, EG2213 short final runway 05.
Morley pilot, have a good one. Got 2 speedbirds ready to go. Brian's looking forward to getting the PMDG 737-800 in 2024. He can then delete Microsoft Flight Simulator 2020. Yeah, a lot of people are waiting, aren't they? Oh, Chris, sorry about that, mate. That's brutal. Lost the type rating because of that scenery issue here at Madeira. To be fair, if it's any consolation, I'd have done the same as well.
Madeira traffic, speedbird 139, taxi to holding Funchal.
Rab, have a good one, buddy. Here comes Justin, last pilot in. JD has made the switch to Microsoft Flight Simulator 2024 as of today. Very exciting. Well, I hope you guys have all enjoyed today's live stream, even with the mess of a touchdown that we had with the scenery runway issue, causing us to effectively crash. But I hope you've enjoyed it. Nevertheless, hit like, hit subscribe. All the links are in the description down below if you want to get your hands on any of the scenery showcased today. And the link to the PMDG website is there. Look at that bump. Christ. As well, if you do want to get your hands on that. And monitor the PMDG website and their forums as well for information about the upcoming 737-800 in MSFS 2024. But here she is one final time. Wherever you are in the world, I hope you have a great weekend and a great week ahead. Thank you very much for watching, and I'll see you next time. Take care.
Madeira traffic, EG2213 exiting at Bravo, runway 05.